All right, testing, testing. One, two, three. What's going on, everybody? Hope all of you are doing okay. Let's see. Mic levels seem to be going up and down. Good show. Let's check my camera. Bam! Looks like my camera's on. Looks like my lights are on. Excellent, excellent. Let's go to just playing. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I still got settings from playing Baldur's Gate 3, which I don't remember if I don't know if I remember to uninstall that. I should make sure to do that. Princess, what's going on? Thou has summoned me from the bowels of the unconscious. How are you, Princess? Sorry, I'm getting kind of a late start, but I figured I'd jump on for a couple hours. Get at least a little bit of progress in. 1 second. I just gotta wait for it to switch me back, and then I'll switch over so that you all can actually see the game. I'm still stuck on Baldur's Gate 3. For whatever reason, this game takes a ton of time to load. What's going on? How are you? So, man, getting ready? Yeah. 1 second. Let's switch over to playing games. Game capture. Let's switch this back to Pillars of Eternity 2. Oh, sorry to hear that, Princess. How long? Are you almost over it? Or are you just now getting into it? All right. I want to make some progress in this. Argo, what's going on? How are you? How are those overnight shifts? I can't stay due to work tomorrow. Of course, still being sick. But I hope you're still sick, dude. But I hope you have a good scream. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I hope you get better soon, man. I know you've been sick for a minute, right? When we left, oh, we had just broken up a fight up here, right? And so now we're gonna go into the Bardado estate and have a chat about it. Man, this music is great in this game. It was great in the last game too. Now I think about it, I think I'm almost over it. Count on Monday. Awesome. Okay, so just a little bit more. Bardado Fencer, Laro.
Out for trouble or taking in the sights?
Ooh, Vault. Something tells me I probably shouldn't go down there. And this would be Thievery. This instrument appears to enjoy frequent use. It is impeccably tuned. Impeccably. Whoa. On Monday. Excellent.
Laro has returned to the estate intact. Perfetto.
You're welcome. Nera looses her grip on her ledger.
Too much Bardato blood has been spilled in the name of Vengiata.
Vengiata, a Valian term for vengeance. Tell Laura to stay out of trouble.
Here, for your discretion.
She passes you a pouch of coins and adds a short mark to her ledger before snapping it shut. The music is as peaceful as the night. Yeah. And I feel like pretty much no matter what situation you're in, it kind of fits in with what's going on. Yeah, I'm mostly over the worst of it. Just an annoying cough and stuffed nose that just won't go away even with meds from the doctor. But oh well, at least it's not the flu or something. Yeah, it could absolutely be worse. So at least it sounds manageable. Nera thumbs her chin, leaving a spot of ink behind.
I'm certain she'll have work for someone invested in the family.
I'll consider it. Oh, wait. What's this? These decorative plates are all stamped with the Bardado seal. And look at that. What's here? Hey, book and some other stuff. I don't think this is like other ones where reading the books actually gives you anything like stats or stuff like that. So I'm just picking them up, but I'll probably end up selling them. Hey, and nobody can see us. Excellent. Let's also open this up. Ooh, look at that. Another level up. Always pleasant. Who was that? Oh, nice. Shorty. And they're going to let us in. Excellent. These dour portraits seem to observe your movements up and down the corridor. Damas, what's going on, man? I can't complain. How are you?
I thought you might visit.
Is that right? This didn't, yeah, that didn't impact us. And nothing secret. Okay. LT, what's going on, man? Yeah, good to see you too. Glad you're able to make the stream. I want to eat my rib tips. Are you in the barbecue?
Custom dictates, I say, at your service. But I have not the time for such lies.
Oh, wow. You just regular decorum is lies to you? She regards you with a cool expression, but stands with a fighter's pose.
You saw my son dueling with the Valera boy. At least he survives to learn from his mistakes.
Because of me?
When Valera and Batato cross each other, only blood and sorrow remain.
Izali sighs, her gaze turning away. Do you see your families ever making peace?
Perhaps in time, if great Wodica judges us worthy of supporting the company. Word has spread fast about the little spectacle at the docks. You've certainly caught everyone's attention. Perhaps the Watcher of Katnua and House Batato can help one another.
Farewell. I forgot. I shouldn't do this quest right now because there's a whole loyalty and reputation system that these companions have. And since I do plan to get these two families to reconcile, which I'm pretty sure is what Paladin Lady would want, the Valiant, and I'm pretty sure you get positive reputation with her from this. And if I remember correctly, she's difficult to get positive relationship with. So let's go ahead and put that quest on the back burner for now. You love barbecue, so you love rib tips. What else? Or is that the only type of barbecue you like? Doing pretty good. Had some friends come over yesterday to kill some 40K kill team tabletop. Oh, okay. Then we watched a Bollywood movie. It was fun, but I'm exhausted as hell. You're a Bollywood fan?
I know just the thing.
Ooh, look at that. Another level up.
Better part of valor.
Dog, go away.
Oi. Oi.
Go away. Go away. And now he's over here, of course. And that's that thievery too. God dog it. He was just over there, so I'm going to assume that he'll be back soon. All the barbecue meats. So I'm a fan of rib tips, but what I really, really love is links. I love like spicy links with the right sauce on them. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Chicago has some pretty good barbecue. I've enjoyed barbecue I've gotten from some other places, though. I went to Memphis once and had a dry rub barbecue, and it was really interesting. I had always thought of barbecue as being something that you had to have slathered in sauce, but that definitely, he was waiting on me to move. That's why he was staying over there. Being in Memphis definitely changed my mind. Rob, what's going on, man? Appreciate the $10 donation. How did you enjoy the new update with Baldur's Gate 3? What's your best thing from the update in your opinion? I thought the update was fantastic. Had a lot of fun with it. I'm really looking forward to the full release. Best thing I would say is that they finally updated so that you could be at level 5, which also was coupled with them adding about 30 new spells into the game. So it's going to make the balancing different in it as well. And what I found interesting, they already stated that there are actually a bunch of things in Act 1 that are not available in early access. So there'll be some level 5 fights more than likely that you'll be able to get into once the full game releases. And so I just think it's really cool to see the progression. And the presentation for Paladin was amazing. Absolutely amazing. The way you gain the Oathbreaker subclass while playing the game. I really hope that there are other classes like that have kind of secret subclasses that you have to play the game in a certain way in order to be able to get them. And I'm also really hoping that if you play as a warlock, you'll be able to have interaction with your patrons. You know, I'm just hoping that there are other subclasses that will have the same care and love that they've clearly put into Paladin. Oh, yeah, barbecue is so good here in Chicago. Absolutely. Among the usual cartographical tomes and manuals are a few weathered volumes of travel memoirs and fanciful adventures. And what else? Even these scrolls have been painstakingly dusted. Scrawled notes track commissions and work orders in progress. Tattered and worn, this map depicts a small region of the living lands. These maps of the Deadfire archipelago are incomplete, pocked with gaps denoting unexplored regions. All right. Apparently, we're just not going to be able to get to that chest,
hello.
so
Welcome to my shop. It's such a pleasure to see a new face.
I might be now. We rotate picking a weird movie of some kind. Usually we go for something so bad it's good, and this was our first Bollywood movie. It was amazing. Awesome. I've only seen a couple of Bollywood movies before. Which one did you watch? The Taste of Chicago is my favorite event here. Really, really. See, I'm not really big in the crowds, so it's actually been a couple of years since I've been to the Taste of Chicago. But I was kind of weird when I would go to the Taste of Chicago because I would go there and eat the stuff I always eat anyway, like Giordano's. You know, one of these days I should actually go to the Taste of Chicago and then try something I've never had before. Sansa bounces back on his heels, a wide grin plastered on his worn face.
How might I assist you?
What do you do here?
Oh, I am a cartographer. I make maps. I'm not half bad at it either. And may the gods forgive my immodesty for saying so. If you need a map of any settled region of the Deadfire, I am your man. And my commission rates are quite generous. It used to be I would take to the sea and do a bit of charting myself. But I haven't the time. Too many maps need making. A shame, too. There's a whole swath of the Deadfire I've yet to see. I'm quite keen to write a book, in fact. Oh, but I won't trouble you about that. Excuse my nattering on, won't you?
Do you sleep here?
Sometimes.
He touches a hand to his forehead and blushes scarlet from his neck to the tips of his ears.
Married to the work, you know? I just get so engrossed in my maps. And next I know, it's morning.
Rise, resist, revolt. Interesting. Why did you like it so much?
Sharing a bed with a few maps is a good sight better than sharing with Caleb. I'll tell you that. He always hogs the blanket.
He rubs the back of his neck. Nice dog.
You think so? He is a magnificent beast, isn't he?
Sansa's face splits into a broad grin, bright enough to light the room. And Eder is pleased.
He's been a bit low lately. Between you and me, I think he's heartsick for the sea.
Well, let me take him. You said you're writing a book?
I'm putting together an explorer's account of the Deadfire. Or at least the part of it Queen Onekaza's tribe has laid claim to. My book will be the first of its kind. The Explorers Club will go mad for it. Or, well, that was the idea. It's a fiercely dangerous enterprise, in point of fact, and nobody will agree to chart the islands for me. You'd think ship captains would be a bold-hearted bunch. I offered fair recompense.
Sansa folds his arms, sighing.
I'm not exactly the most powerful fighter, or I do it all myself. Still, wouldn't it be wonderful? An explorer's guide to the Deadfire. Someday.
I've got a bold heart and a ship. Need a hand?
Do you mean it? This is... Wow! I can't thank you enough.
Seraphin and Shodi.
It's a lot of ground. I mean, water to cover. And some of these islands are in very dangerous waters.
Despite his words, the gleeful expression on Sansa's face has not faded.
Don't worry. I planned it all out. We'll get your feet wet first. With a little experience under your belt, I'm sure you'll get a taste for it. Nothing will stop us. I mean, you. The idea is to explore all the islands that haven't been charted yet, or even named. That falls to you, amico. You can't tell me you've never wanted to name your own island. I thought we could start with the waters around the company outpost at Port Maggi. There are 2 islands in the region, and nobody's taken much notice of them yet. Once you're back, I'll start filling in my map and adding your findings to the book. Oh, this will be wonderful.
All right. And let's talk to him again.
Welcome back, welcome back. It is a pleasure to... How might I assist?
Show me what you have for sale.
Certainly, certainly. It would be my pleasure. Of course, it's mostly books and knickknacks. Maps I do on commission, you see.
Okay, so what does he have? Adventures Grimoire. Oh, he's got grimoires. That's interesting. Right click. Fleet of foot, merciless gaze. Nanassen's Cobra Strike. Transmutes the caster's arms into writhing snakes, allowing them to attack and poison targets from a distance. Wow, that is interesting. Gaze of Adragon. I'm definitely going to want that long term. Console House Corrosive Skin. Man, I still have not buckled down and gotten builds together for these party members I want to use. Sooner or later, I need to do that. We'll take the. Oh, you know what? I don't remember. Spike allows you view objects while also providing special options during many encounters in the world. Well, I guess I'll take that. Um. Oh, you know what? It points to a lagoon south of Dunwich. Oh, you know what? I think these particular books point out something. They give me something. Like they mark things on your map. So I'll buy those books. We'll leave the Grimoire for now. We might need to circle back and pick it up. What's this? This Grimoire Spike. Gate crash. All right, look, we'll trade here. Let's find out. Let's find out what happens. Read. What happened? Does this get me in the island? I don't think it did. But oh well. It is what it is. It was a pittance. Wasn't all that expensive. The movie was a lot. It just never passed up an opportunity to do something incredible. Plus, it was about resisting the British Empire, which instantly makes it compelling to me. You got something against the Brits?
The Queen is holding court today with the Valiant and Grauatines.
Let's go into the Adra Mill. Okay, after this, I think we'll have cleared the entire area. Mill guard. Oh, you have a name. Cortina's voice finds you before she does, her barks of laughter and cheerful directives resounding throughout the mill. She flits from worker to worker, offering critique and approval. When she finally spots you, a shadow of apprehension passes over her face. She hides it with a toothy grin.
Tell your queen I will have her taxes, her prize share, whatever it is, by the end of the week. Business is good, and we are very busy, eh?
Prize share, a Wana term referring to distribution of wealth. You must have me confused with someone else.
Wait, you are not the tax collector.
She narrows her eyes, her hand twitching over the hilt of her blade.
What business brings you to my mill?
Who are you?
Okay.
She leans in close, one prodigiously furry eyebrow raised. K, a valiant term meaning what?
You go around asking just anyone in Queensbirth personal questions. Maybe you end up dead in a ditch. Have caution, eh? Lucky
Yeesh.
for you, I am a woman of honor.
She gives you a sunny smile and claps her hands together.
I direct luminous milling for the Valiant Trading Company. It's a nice job, huh? And I'm quite good at it. You want to know more? Buy me a drink first, per guano.
Per guano, a Valiant phrase meaning for the good. Cortina claps you on the shoulder, a playful smile on her lips. What do you do here? Cortina looks around the room with exaggerated wonder, her green eyes wide. She laughs a little to herself and runs a finger across the arm of the chair beside her. She holds the finger up for your inspection. It's caked in shimmering blue dust.
We mill luminous, of course. Take big chunks, break into smaller chunks, crush into dust-sized chunks. Per complancanet, it is really not so complicated.
Per complancanet, a Valiant term meaning literally for mercy or for little mercy, which is taken as come on now, got you. She gives you a condescending little pat on the arm. Farewell.
Good day.
Phantom, what's going on, man? Which faction do you like to join the most in Pillars of Eternity 2? So usually Maya is my favorite romance, and so consequently I go with the Rautai. The Royal Deadfire Company, but we'll see how this one goes. I'm probably going to do the same thing here. Daily arrivals and deliveries of crude and refined luminous Adra are carefully logged here. Hey, can I steal here? I can. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. Oh. Could have stole more. Oh, wait. Here we go. Now we can.
Real quiet now.
Ba-bam. Ba-bam! And there's no way I'm getting that. What about this?
I'll see what I can find.
Doubtful. Not much I could do here either. These crude shards of luminous Audra retain their unearthly glow. James, what's going on, man? How are you? I love Justin Bell's soundtrack. Is that's the name of the guy who did this? Is he the same guy who went to work for PlayStation? Was it?
You're a follower of the light?
Light? Oh, you mean, well, depends on what you mean by follow.
Maybe you heard earlier? I follow Aethys too. Mostly, in a way. I mean, I am a child of the Dawn Stars, even if firstly I'm a Gonite.
That's good, I guess. For you.
Oh, maybe you don't want to talk about it. That's all right. Surely, some other time then. Was it the way I said it? Or maybe I'm in need of a washing.
Wow. All right. I don't like any of the factions, so I just gave them all the finger and left them with their problems. Why don't you like any of the factions?
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. It's about Shodi.
You can pick Eddar's pocket? That's not what a good friend would do. What did you want to ask?
She means well. I can see that. And she's spirited, and if I was still young and didn't know the things I know, it'd be different.
Know the things I know. Yes and yes, though he's still doing the music for Avowed last I checked. Really? Well, that's good to know. Oh, man. So that's going to make it feel even more like a continuation. That's awesome. Geez, Shodi. Me? Well, it depends. I'm sometimes with the RDC or the Valiant Pirates, except Juana. Not a fan of xenophobes. But yeah, Maya is my favorite romance in the game. Wish I could marry her. Yep. The first time I played this, I took her, but I decided I was going to side with somebody else. It might have been the Juana, because I wanted to see if I can marry the queen, which would then allow me to change their little caste system and the way they do things. Didn't know at that time there's no way for you to be able to actually romance her and become a figure of power in the Juana. But I tried to do that, side with them, but convince her to still come with me. And I had enough persuasion to do it. I almost completed it, but at the very last moment of the conversation, it said, Maya said, I know I can't trust you. And then the game showed that I had a lie rating of 2, meaning you've been traveling with me all this time and you've seen how easy it is for me to lie, and therefore you know that you really can't trust a word that comes out of my mouth. And of course, by that point, you're like 100 hours plus into the game. So I was at the same time extremely angry and frustrated that I basically had this busted playthrough where the romance I thought I was going to be able to do, I couldn't do. And yet at the same time, I was like, this is really, really freaking cool that they took into account the way I've been playing this entire game. And it's come back to bite me in a way that I would never expect. But at the same time, it's completely and utterly fair. Like, it absolutely makes sense that if she knows you to be a liar, there is no reason for her to believe your words. I thought that was so fantastic. So well done. Yeah, really enjoyed that. So far, I favor the new blood pirates, but we shall see. All I know for certain is that I'll oppose the gods. Acoustic, what's up, man? How are you? Yeah, it's Pillars time. All the facts just get on my nerves. Princess, I'm not picking at his pockets. What's wrong with you?
Anybody got that much faith in any god, let alone Aethys? I don't know how to talk to someone like that. Not these days. I get why she's like that. And I was there once. Long time back.
His eyelids flare with relived embarrassment.
But it's because of that I can't see a way to respect it.
I'm
no good at hiding it from her either. I don't see this getting better.
There's more to her than you're giving her credit for.
Doesn't seem like she's any different than what she shows.
She's a Dawn Star, but she doesn't worship Aethys. She worships Gone.
Same thing, really. That's just her trying to find a way to worship Aethys that makes sense to her.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. You're mad, but also can't be mad. Exactly. Damn, Slandered didn't know that could happen with her. Neither did I until it happened. Doing pretty good. I was at the Vikings game today, and man, oh, what happened? I haven't been, the Bears are obviously trash, so I stopped paying attention to football. What happened at the Vikings game? All the factors getting on your nerves in some way is the Obsidian Special. It's what made New Vegas so compelling. Woo, I can't wait to play New Vegas with you all. Really, really looking forward to that playthrough. Absolutely.
I guess that sounds familiar now that you mention it.
Boy, get over yourself. Treat her with some respect. I actually think it's weird that he won't romance her. Especially consider how into him she is and how lonely he is. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I think that's it for this area. Let's move it on. Let's move on. Now I want to go to the throne room so that we can go ahead and get Palagina as a party member. Is it considered nighttime now? Her lamp is out, but I don't see anybody with a torch out. So I think no, hopefully. Oh, it won't let me go there right now. So where am I trying to get to? This is the Gullet. Oh, wait. I'm at Queen's Birth. It's not Brass Citadel. Is it? Oh, it's Serpent's Crown. But it only let me go to the Gullet. So fine, I'm going to the Gullet. They came back to win from a 36-0 deficit. Largest comeback. How? Against who? Who let that happen? Uh-oh, I'm being stopped. Shodi isn't a Dawn Star. She's a God Star. What's up, James? That moment in New Vegas when you realize they let you become king of the land. Man, that first meeting you have with Kaiser and just his whole legion in general, the way that was handled, can't wait to relive that again. Green Thief, what's going on, man? How are you? I think there's a reason for that in Eddar's personal quest. I know what you're talking about, but I still don't think it's this. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense, right? I guess it kind of makes sense. You might be right about that. The cults. Wow, that's shameful. That's something that'll stick with you for the rest of the season and beyond. Holy smokes. I mean, it's not as bad as what Atlanta Falcons let the Patriots do, but still, it's pretty bad. You leave the bustle of the crowds behind, making your way along the winding path into the Gullet. The Gullet, colloquially called the Gullet, the slums of Nekataka are home to both the Raparu caste of the city's Wana, as well as myriad colorful and unsavory figures. Built in a great chasm at the heart of Nekataka, it is where much of the city's refuse, literal and figurative, comes to rest. For a time, the path ascends the mountain. Even so, the cramped walls and rundown Wana buildings close in around you, obscuring your view. You come to a dark passage cutting through the mountain, just wide enough to accommodate a wagon. The path here descends steadily into the rock face. What is this? Oh, he's also injured? Damn. After a lengthy journey through the dimly lit tunnel, you come to the gates of the Gullet. The stench hits you first, a foul mixture of rot, stale air, and bodily odors. You notice a guardsman pushing a cart heaped high with moldering food, which must account for some of the smell. Ahead, the homes of the Gullet emerge as a collection of lights amid the darkness. You hear the rush of water below, and a frigid breeze wafts up from the unseen depths like exaltation. And the Gullet. I was about to say, why am I going so slow? Here we go. Beggar.
Have you any food? Surely you've a scrap to spare.
A giant Roparu woman grabs for your leg. She paws at you with a weak grip, fingers bone thin and trembling.
Mercy, traveler. Never have I been so hungry.
Do you have no access to food?
Always there is prize share, but the pile has grown leaner these years. Little falls to our pile that is not rotten or sour from this week and maybe before.
What do you mean? She shakes her head.
Forgive me, I say too much. If you would know more, ask Anoi. Our elder listens to those in need, and he speaks.
out of earshot of the guards. He's there. In the house to the right when you cross the bridge. He can speak of the hunger.
Her quavering arm points toward the southeast. The Reparo touches two gaunt-knuckled fingers to her lips. Give her some food. The woman snatches the food from your hands with surprising speed, eyes darting a glance for any onlookers before she shoves it between her teeth. She gnaws desperately, swallows, chokes, chews again, and speaks with her mouth half full from the next bite.
Thank you. I'll share it, I swear. Thank you, traveler.
Who's the leader around here? She chuckles darkly.
The Gullet is a lawless place, forgotten. The only authority here is the Matarus, and they don't work on our behalf. But if it is a wise man you want, seek Annoy in his home. He tries to keep us safe and fed. He does not always succeed, but he does try. Trying's worth a lot down here.
Walk away. Huh. That's rough. The Gullet is a criminal paradise. My kind of place as a rogue myself. Perhaps I'll grow to like it as well. Is this a good or evil playthrough? This is probably a good playthrough. Half-eaten food scraps litter the pile and rancid stench rises from it. Yeah, for some reason, evil playthroughs don't appeal to me in Pillars of Eternity. I couldn't tell you why, but it just feels more right to me to play the good guy role. What is this? Where does this go to? The Narrows. I don't know what that means.
That
Okay.
Star may be able to help.
Sweet incense masks the odor of the offerings, rotten fruit and spoiled fish.
Help how? Poison me? Akira, no thanks.
Interesting environmental storytelling detail about this game. The Queen's room has an antidote and healing scrolls. She's afraid of assassination. Ooh, that's interesting. That is indeed interesting. Probably rightfully so. Seems like her citizens are kind of pissed, kind of not being treated properly. The flasks are empty, but for the crusty residue of used up medicines. The woman bends over a pile of dried, bitter-smelling herbs. She's crushing and mashing them on a dirty scrap of parchment, coughing with effort. She steps in front of you to block your way, wiping a ragged sleeve across her roomy, bloodshot eyes.
Wheatley? Good God, I nearly didn't recognize you. You look more death-warmed over than Dawnstar.
Didn't see you there, Shody. Listen, you and your friend should move along.
She turns her head and stifles a croppy cough. Croppy? Interesting. Morning, people. Bobby, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm not feeling so good, and I'd hate to get you sick.
Perception. Are you ill? You hear muffled hacking and the unsteady rhythm of labored, wheezing breaths coming from the back of the room.
Nothing a little ginger root and some bed rest won't cure. Please, let me be.
She takes another step, blocking your view of the room beyond. The herbs on the table give off an odor that scratches at your throat. I hear people coughing in the back. She shakes her head and sighs.
It's hard to keep them quiet.
She lets loose with another fit of coughing, loud enough this time to echo in the small dwelling. She finishes and wipes a fleck of blood from her mouth.
There's some sick Raparu in the back. Not much I can do for them now besides keep them comfortable.
She looks at the crimson speckle on her wrist.
And hidden.
Is that wise? Keeping a room full of sick people in the most crowded district in the city?
He glances around as if he can see noxious vapors in the air.
It's better than leaving them to wander the district. I can give them a dignified death, if nothing else.
Why are you hiding sick people?
Because they've got Drowner's lung. Spreads like gossip and kills even faster.
What's Drowner's lung?
A gift from the Valians.
Ooh.
Fills your lungs with fluid. Gets you coughing all the time, trying to clear them. One of my patients coughed so hard, she broke a rib.
Yikes! I cannot imagine coughing that damn hard.
Eventually, it gets so bad, you can't hack it out. You just lie there, struggling for breath, until you choke on your own phlegm.
She trails off.
Here it's a long, hard end.
She trails off for a moment, a distant look in her watering eyes.
I heard some Raparu had gotten sick, so I brought them here to care for them. City healers don't come down here.
She frowns and gives her nose a vicious swipe.
Realized what it was when I heard the rattle in their chests, the way they gasped for air.
She wipes the back of her hand on her leg and shudders.
Only cure is an elixir made with pine seed oil. It costs a lot, though not nearly as much as an epidemic. Still, if news of this outbreak gets out, these poor souls will get tossed into the old city. No one with any money in Nekataka spends it on the Raparu.
What's the old city? I'm always chaotic good in the Pillars of Eternity series. A wisecrack troublemaker who gives the finger to the law and helps people in need. You know, it's interesting. Usually I'm the type of character who's working against the god and doesn't care about the gods. But in this game, because the deities are so well done, well voiced, well acted, it kind of motivates me to do what I'm doing now, which is essentially someone who's an ardent follower of Barath. It makes me want to be one of those soldiers, even though the gods are completely messed up and treating humanity horribly. It's going to be really, really interesting to me to see how the deities are done and avowed. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, I wish there's good reason for these bad. You should have worn. I hope they toss you. I see. Is there any way to get a cure?
You can get nearly anything on Delver's Row. Only trouble is finding it and paying for it.
Delver's Row. Somewhere beneath the Gullet is a loose confederation of thugs, thieves, black marketeers, and other seedy individuals. Known as Delver's Row, it's a place where most things can be found for the right price, and word always travels quickly.
Unfortunately, the children of the Dawn Stars don't have many connections in this part of town.
She turns away, whooping and hacking into her arm. Children of the Dawn Stars. I can't remember if we read this. Not to be confused with supernatural manifestations of Aethys, the Children of the Dawn Stars are Red Saren followers of Aethys who have traveled to the Deadfire archipelago as migrant workers in the decades following the Saints' War. Lacking colonies of their own, Dawn Stars can often be found in the employ of Valiant Trading Company or Royal Deadfire Company.
But I bet you could find someone at the tavern who knows where Delver's Row is. Criminal types like to wet their throats after a long day of lying, cheating, and stealing.
She chuckles herself into another coughing fit. What interest do the Children of the Dawn Stars have in the Gullet?
About the only honest one. The Raparu here are treated like garbage. Even made to eat garbage from that scrap heap opposite the lift.
She shakes her head.
And Dario and his Principe scum took advantage of the neglect down here to set up the black market on Delver's Road.
Dario?
He runs most of the criminal mischief that goes on here. Some say he's an old Valian traditionalist. Some say he's a thug with good taste.
She holds her hands out, shifting her open palms like platforms on a scale.
Either way, I steer clear of it.
She shivers, whether out of fear or illness, you couldn't say. Go on.
All the while, the Gullet gets more crowded as tribes from the other islands come to Nekataka. Some are driven from their homes by pirates, raiders, even trading company thugs.
Her eyes darken.
Others hear stories of the foreign wealth pouring into the city. What they don't realize is most of it flows between the foreigners and the palace.
She makes a circular motion with her finger. So the Dawn Stars are helping out?
As best we can. Most of us came from Rayed Saris after the Vorless Plot and the Saints' War. Or we were born to families that did.
That is what I try to play in every game that lets me. What, someone who's following the gods? My favorite character I made was a gunslinging paladin, aka a cowboy. Awesome. Is that effective in this game? Being a gunslinging paladin?
We remember what it's like to scrape by.
Her eyes stray to the stained and spotted floor for a long moment. Then maybe Delver's Row spread some of the wealth down here?
That's what Dario and his people say. They recruit Raparu to sneak things from the docks, report on meetings between traders. I can't blame the Raparu. Not when the alternative is eaten from a trash pile. But I don't trust these Principe any more than I do the trading companies.
She folds her arms, shaking her head. It's why I wish they had implemented the gun rules into Wrath of the Righteous. Gun rules? What do you mean? What gun rules? Awaken! What's going on, man? More, you watch any sports? I love football, but the Bears are shit right now, so I'm not watching it. I also love basketball, but I haven't been watching that much basketball. You know, actually, a year or two ago, my wife and I, we cut the cable. We started looking at things that we felt like we could get rid of to save money, and cable ended up being one of them. So it's not as easy for me to watch sports as it used to be, but I do love sports, absolutely. I mean, you can tell by my shirt, I'm definitely a Bears fan when they actually got their stuff together. No, I try to play the chaotic good type. Got you. Okay, that makes sense. How's it going? Ian, what's going on, man? I'm doing all right. How are you? Gun Paladin is some of the best DPS, not including multi-classing. Really? A gunslinging Paladin actually sounds pretty freaking cool. Yes, please. I wish they added guns in. Oh, in Wrath of the Righteous. I'm sorry, I was still thinking of Pillars of Eternity. But yeah, Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, guns would be really, really freaking cool. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I'm excited for Rogue Trader. I feel like, considering all this swords and mystics and magic stuff, being able to go deep into a game that really lets you use guns and focus in that area, it's going to be a nice change of pace.
Difference being, lass, the Reparu be their customers and Confederates alike. To the company bilge barnacles, they be only product.
He taps the end of his snout.
And whenever the city authorities finally crack down, the Reparu will be caught in the middle.
I see.
Some days, I think maybe this is why Aethys brought us to Deadfire, so we can do some good.
I cut cable too and watch on jailbroke Fire Stick. I keep hearing about Fire Sticks, but I've never tried one out before. Not too bad playing the new game High on Life. I keep seeing little videos about that. I think Morty just released his 100% review of it, but I haven't watched anything on it. What is that game about? Do you like it?
The other days, I'm too damn tired.
She arches her back, popping her spine. Ooh. What interests you? Oh, I already asked that.
About the only and Dario
Okay.
and his principal be scummed. With Aethys' blessing, I'll still be here. Need something.
Farewell. Okay. Woo! And we're already level up now. Awesome. Scrawled prayers, some in Wana script, are stashed in the shrine. A bitter-smelling sludge fills the cups. Healing feverish. All right. We'll have to figure out how to help you all. But for now, what's this? Level 4, maybe? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's level 4. Could be more, could be less. What is this? Level... I'm at level 6? Damn! All right, then. All right. Level 6 it is. Man, I really need to figure out my builds. I'm getting mighty far to not know what the hell I'm doing. All right, I already had the penetration. Do I already have... No, I don't have ectopsychic echo. I don't have that. Okay. Next. Hey, that was the easy level up. You, I don't know anything about you. Ooh, you specialize in stealth. That's actually pretty cool. We already have a survival guy, so we already have a metaphysics guy. We already have a bluff guy. All your skills are useless. We'll go with streetwise instead. Ooh, so we made you barbarian. You have frenzy. You have blooded. Do you have dual wielding, 2 weapon? Well, wielding a weapon, yeah, I want you to go on ahead and get the double pistols going. Let's do that. And then let's see. Allah, what are you? Arcana and metaphysics, of course. Oh, is this a new? Oh, that's how it works. So the spells in my grimoire, I don't have to select here. Pretty cool. I think that's kind of an upgrade over the way it used to be. So wait, what about this? We already have Rengrim's Repulsive Visage. Okay, I definitely want that. And what's over here? Will defense, combat focus, gain concentration at the start of combat. He kind of needs that, right? If I remember correctly, I think he does. We'll go ahead and take that. Bam, bam. If you are using the gun rules, in the Pathfinder tabletop, you can play a gunslinging paladin archetype, which is incredibly cool. That's awesome. Okay, interesting. It's a platforming shooter by the Rick and Morty guys, so if you like their humor, you'll like this. I've never watched Rick and Morty before. I keep hearing that it's absolutely amazing, but I've never seen a single episode. Do you watch it? Do you like it? Is it any good? What class are you playing? I am a Cypher. I think Pillars of Eternity just fits Cypher like a glove, and I think it's very, very unfortunate that for whatever reason the devs did not see fit to add what's her name? Grieving Mother into the game. Grieving Mother should be in the game. God dog it. All right, got that. And one more, right? Adder, oh boy. Let's go. Into the fray. We already got weapon and shield, right? What's this? Determination. Fighter gains bonus defense against intellect, perception, and constitution afflictions. Or, no, we don't want that one. Let's check the other one, though. What's this? Smoke veil? No. Blinding strike? Doubtful. What? But we got dirty fighting. The rogue employs a variety of underhanded tactics, including turning some of their hits into critical hits. That sounds pretty sick, but I think I'm going to go this direction and make sure that he's as defensive as possible. He's definitely gotten blown up a few times, so let's avoid that. Saying, what's going on, man? The level up music is so good. Yeah, I know, right? There's just a whole lot going on in this game that adds to that feeling of epicness. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. All right, what's going on here now? Florian, what's going on, man? How are you doing? We did all that. Okay. The lease is home. And I think it's night now. Honestly, for the most part, I find it annoying when games have a day-night cycle. Having to figure out, okay, what's the specific time that I need to come back here in order to be able to do this. I actually kind of prefer games where 24/7 I can just get to where I want to be and it's easy. It wasn't annoying in Witcher 3. But beyond that, I would say, I think because I don't know why it wasn't more annoying in Witcher 3. Maybe just because Witcher 3 was amazing in general. It didn't bother me so much, but it bothered me all the time in Skyrim. I'm like, bro, I just want to visit this dude. Let me visit him. Come on. An elderly Raparu man squints in your direction before blinking profusely. He hobbles closer, bare feet slapping the splintered floorboards of his abode.
What say you, boy?
This sounds like a guy who's been through rough times. Doing good, can't complain. Awesome, good to hear, man. Glad you're doing all right. He peers steadily into your face, blinking faster all the while. The man's arms are thin as sticks. What teeth he has are yellowed or black from years of malnourishment. Damn! Can you see me? How do you know who I am?
I see much and many things. I simply do not look with these eyes in the same manner that others do.
Damas, that's a great point. Day-night cycle is much easier when you can skip time. I keep thinking that I have to go to an inn to sleep to skip time, but no, there's a little button I can just click to skip time to wherever I want it to be. My bad. I don't care about day-night cycle in this game.
I have heard much as well. You have got a rather fearsome reputation for yourself. Watcher who chases Aethus.
Fearsome?
I also hear the Raparu's heartbeat, grown thready and pained. Now a watcher comes to the Gullet, as Amira has shown me you would.
Amir, one of the most important deities of the traditional Hawana pantheon. Amir is a bird goddess who hatched the world from an egg. The Hawana often worship her as Hylia. Interesting. What's causing the Raparu such pain?
The Raparu are being crushed from the top. We starve so slowly. It is an agony.
No one deserves to suffer. Not like this.
What's that? Impassioned. Oh, interesting. The old man shrugs.
This is the Juana way. The fish of our nets are drawn for the tribe.
I'm eager for the witch tier list video. I got something to say about stigmatized witch when I roleplayed once you published that video. Looking forward to the feedback. That's already in the can. I've actually already finished Wizard as well, so both of those are already up. I'm working on the first video for the Prestige classes right now. Boss Page, what's going on, man? How are you?
The fruit of our fields, too, is reaped for the tribe. And the coin of our pockets belongs not to one, but to all. All spoils are gifted to the whole of the tribe. The tribe then partakes from the top down, from the most deserving to the least.
Juana, yes, I know.
Of course.
He smiles, showing discolored teeth. Boss Space, did you have the bell on? Maybe check the YouTube, make sure you got it. I'm excited for that Assassin Prestige 1. I actually just finished writing the script for that freaking class.
The Dawn Stars would feed us, but the guards forbid them to pervert the order of sharing. There was a man who helped us, a soft-hearted pirate named Ulug. He worked with the Principe captain, Mad Morena, they call her, to bring us food from the black market. But for days now, we've had nothing.
I do for the most part. It's dark, dry, and cynical, which I think makes for a good time. Interesting. So if I was to get into it, would you recommend, is it worth like starting from season 1 and going the way through? Does it have like a story? Does time pass, or does it really not matter when you jump in? You could just watch any episode whenever. I'm excited for the what about Assassin? The Boss Page talking about the rating review I'll have at some point for the Prestige classes. Dagon, what's going on, man? How are you? What happened?
Ulug was never late with his shipments. Always very conscientious. A good boy. For him to disappear for several days without word. He must be dead. The Queen refuses to increase our share of the prize share. Without Ulug's shipments, we will surely starve. I am asking you, what else can we do?
The Dawn Stars sought to help you before. We can use them.
That is a fine idea. When it comes to mission work, my brethren are always happy to help.
Some of the less crazy ones, hopefully.
He casts his gaze to the side, eyes wandering.
Peatly is a child of the Dawn Stars and has become the Gullet's most cherished healer. I believe she would willingly hear your request for charity.
With a stiff bow, the elder Raparu begs his leave. Okay, so we can go to the Dawn Stars for food. I don't know who is supposed to cure the disease thing, though. That's a different animal. How does this work? This continues on and upward. Okay, all the way over there. So, yeah, we'll come back over there. I would start from the beginning, but it's more episodic, so it would still be good if you just jumped in. So, are you recommending I start from the beginning because you feel like I would just miss a lot of good episodes, or because I would actually miss context that would be important for enjoying later episodes? I was told you may be able to help with the food shortage in the Gullet.
We tried, but the one away is prize share, meaning anything we'd give these people has to go through the palace.
Or that class whose main feature is that thing 80% of the enemies in the game are immune to? Yep, that's the one.
Best I can tell, our food went to the Queen's table, assuming it didn't rot in the
Not to mention its
storehouse
intelligence base. Yep. If the Queen sanctioned more shares for the Raparu, will the Dawn Stars donate crops again? Her thin lips worry together, but she nods.
That's a question for Samhain. I'd ask her myself, but I got my hands full here. She's high priestess at the Temple of Gong. Tell her Pitty sent you. She'll listen. Probably.
All right. That's that. All right, now let's head back up.
When I was little, me and my brothers used to spend hours chasing each other through the Merkberry fields. Don't think a day went by I didn't have a skinned knee or a bleeding elbow.
Oh, we did that sometimes. Only my brother usually had a hand in the bleeding.
He older or younger than you? Either way, I bet he's just as strapping.
Older. Was older. Then Rayed Sarah's invaded.
Oh, of course, it's gone, but I'm so sorry.
A damp, musky draft billows up from the chasm. She's trying so hard. It's so adorable.
For what? Bataro's the second this month.
And they say the pittings aren't increasing. Do they lie to themselves or just to us?
Flock, what up, Playboy? How are you, man? Big says hello. Yo, tell her hello. Is she feeling better yet? I know she was sick for a little while. Meant to ask, did Alcat talk about what romances are in Rogue Trader? Not yet. They haven't. It's clear romances will be in Rogue Trader, but it's not clear which ones yet. So we just got to give it some time. Beneath the dirt and mildew, these carvings look finely detailed and very old. Pretty sure there's supposed to be a secret thing over there somewhere. Ooh.
Please, I did nothing.
You see a man being dragged along a rickety boardwalk towards a rusty cage that swings over the abyss. He strains against the guard's grip. The guard delivers a savage backhand.
Enough. Or do you wish to consign her to the old city as well?
The warrior casts a meaningful glance at a woman standing a short distance away.
Let him go.
She screams at the guards, but she doesn't dare approach. The man notices her. His face lights up with shame.
Beer, I'm sorry.
Your tongue flops like a dying fish. I tire of its stink. Lower him down.
Dang on, they said they aren't implemented or even written yet. Yep. But they're definitely going to have them in there. They better let us romance the sister of battle, or I will not be held responsible for my actions. It doesn't seem likely, unfortunately, but maybe people will raise up enough of a stink that it'll come to pass. The guards drag the Reparo into a metal cage and lock him inside. He shouts and rattles the bars as it is lowered over the edge of the platform. Eventually, his screams are lost to the depths. Woo, that's a bad way to go.
I would devour your souls, you cold-blooded eels.
Hey, don't tread on my dreams. Boss Page is just trying to let you know what the deal is, bro. Look, I'm also strongly advocating for letting us romance the sister of battle. That is absolutely my preference, but is it likely? Doesn't seem like it, unfortunately. You got a what? Oh, that's one of the kids. They pretty much said no. Yep, agreed. A woman thrashes a row of tunics and sarongs hanging from the rafters. Her pointed teeth are gritted in frustration, her lips set in a snarl. The clothes are spotless, yet she swings a handful of reeds again and again, grunting with each blow. Several children huddle together, whispering and looking on with red, tearful eyes.
Bataro is gone. Dead. What more do you want?
She punctuates each statement with a fierce whack of the reeds. The children flinch, looking between you and the woman. Flock, did you make any more progress in Midnight Suns? Do you have a verdict yet on how you feel about the game? Take a deep breath and let's talk about this, whatever it is, calmly. She looks at you for the first time. A fraction of her anger burns off.
Forgive me.
I thought you were with the guards who took him. Other casts never visit here. My village was not like this. Why does Queen Onikaza not send the foreigners away?
Mostly because I think that the first couple of seasons are the best. There are a couple of character things from season to season. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Well, then, yeah, that makes sense to start from the beginning. Demas, it is not I that treads. It is Games Workshop. I am a humble traveler. Exactly. I don't know. As someone that has a bunch of sister books, that seems like a headache I do not want to come home to. So that is also it. I don't know the lore well enough to really know what it means to romance a sister of battle. So maybe if I understood the lore, then I'd be one of those people who's like, nah, we don't need a romancer. Sisters of Battle are not beholden to chastity. This is made clear in an endless number of 40K novels. I like that exclamation point you've added on to there to drive home the point. How did you know the man who was lowered into the old city? One of the children starts to say something, but Bia shoots him a sharp glare. She then turns back to you, arms crossed, gripping the reed bundle tightly.
Bataro is punished already, I say. Whatever offense he gave, do not hang it on our necks.
She begins swatting at the laundry again, though with considerably less gusto. Insight. I know you're scared, but I'm not here to harm you.
We say the only thing that live in these depths are ghost eels. And fish eaten by ghost eels. Which are you?
She turns away from you, striking the sarong harder and harder.
The traders say they bring riches in their big ships.
The fabric pops and snaps beneath her fury. Sweat is flying, spattering the clean sarong.
But what reaches the gullet? Only crime and sickness, I say.
She pauses to take another couple of swings at the sarong.
The Rawatayans promise marvels, strong walls, and plenty for all.
She moves on to the next tunic, thrashing it with an even greater fury.
Akira, still my back aches from building their fort, and still I live here. And Bataro said we would finally leave.
She breaks off, her shoulders heaving as she catches her breath. What happened?
I heard a Rawatayan captain took up at the tavern. Suduzo, they call her. They say she is a traitor, so I thought maybe she will take passengers. Bataro went and found her in the tavern.
Her eyes go hard and dark.
Next I see him, the guards are dragging him to the cage.
She bares her teeth at the memory. Maybe I can talk to Suduzo. She looks at you with the same critical eyes she's been giving our laundry, wringing and tugging the reeds.
The Rawatayans live on our shores but spit at our backs. They listen only to the queen. But maybe it goes different for you.
To be honest, I've only read the CFI's Kane novels, but that is good enough for me. I had a friend who had many books and he kind of glossed over sisters, but what I learned suggested as much. Think about any fire and brimstone preacher added in a crusade-style knight and a flagellant. That's most of their attitude. Ah, interesting. Look, out of all the characters, you know, it's not that the Sister of Battle is the most interesting from a personality standpoint. It's that mechanically she's so awesome that it makes me want to learn more about her. Because in battle, whoo, she's brutal. She looks around, taking in the hanging clothes, the huddled children, and the warped and splintering walls of the shack around them.
Bataro took some coin. Everything he scraped together working on the docks. When he went to bargain with the captain, I would offer it to you, but it is probably in the old city with Bataro. Or in someone else's pocket.
Tell me about the Rawatayan captain.
Suduzo.
Bia is holding the reed so tightly that she snaps one in two.
They say she is a traitor, so I thought maybe she will take passengers. But she threw Bataro out.
She looks down at the broken reeds in her hands.
Always Bataro was careful with his words, especially as a Raparu. But a Raparu in Nekataka gives offense just by breathing the air of his betters.
I could look for Bataro.
I could never ask someone to go down to the old city, but since you offer...
She trails off, working the reeds between her hands while hope and dread battle in her eyes.
It is a big and dangerous place. But perhaps he hid himself. Perhaps...
She steadies herself with a shake of her head.
Please, help him if you can. Or bring me news if you cannot.
How many of you need passage to Raotai?
We are 6. 3 children, 2 babes, and me.
Are they all yours?
Such a strange question. A Raparu child is the child of all Raparu. At least that is the way in the village where Bataro and me came from. But here, we are all strangers. No one looks in on the sick or cares for the children.
Tell me about this stash of coin Bataro had. Worry creases her face. She sizes you up with a quick look.
I tell you, I do not know where it is, and I am sure it would be little to someone like you.
She licks her lips.
After what happened, Bataro would sooner have thrown it into the waters than given it to the Mataru or the Rauataians.
Mataru, the highest class of Wana society, consisting primarily of warriors and priests. Tribal chieftains traditionally rise from the warrior ranks. The Mataru shoulder the responsibility of governing the other castes and determining the practical and spiritual needs of the tribe.
If it is anywhere, it is surely with his body.
Can you take a different ship? She shakes her head.
Many ships leave from Queen's Birth, but the Valiants take slaves.
She lowers her voice and glances furtively around.
They say the Principes smuggle goods in the caverns below, but I cannot trust such people.
If it's any consolation, Warham is getting a TV series and Films News. I don't know about Films News, but yeah, the TV series with Henry Cavill sounds very promising. This sounds like your average homemaker. Don't get me wrong. I love that faction, but they're nuts. Battlesons are really awesome. They are regular human women that grow up in churches, train like crazy, work out like nuts just to be able to sometimes stand by side with the Astartes. They aren't gifted anything. A salamander took his helmet and his grin almost started a civil war over it in the middle of a chaos invasion because mutant. I don't like that are the second most likely faction cause serious problems. And that's the Admech. That makes sense. Interesting. They say the Principes smuggle goods in the cavern. Oh, I already saw that. Cool.
But the Rauataians have mighty cannons and a big homeland they abandoned for ours. Perhaps there is more room for us there.
Why is it that the passage to Rauatai 1 isn't grayed out?
We are 6.
Does no one from the cast look after them?
Akira. It was so in the village where Bataro and me came from, but here we are all strangers.
Do you know the way to Delva's Row? She blinks in horror.
Never. That is the surest way to get the attention of the Overseer.
She lowers her voice.
I hear it is somewhere in the Narrows. It is possible Anoi knows. He has lived here longer than any.
Where's Anoi?
His hut is just along the walkway to the southwest.
I'll talk to him. Farewell. All right. Oh, wait, what's this?
I'll take care of this.
2 sickly Awana infants lie swaddled under rugs. Wow, she's got 3 children and 2 infants. Damn, girl. You got a lot of people to care for. And films. Sorry to say. Oh. And films. Got you.
Now, aren't we?
Uh-oh. I swear I remember his little coin thing being somewhere around here. All right, oh well. Maybe not. Get that and the hole. They gonna scream religious fervor and brainwash it to have that effect. I remember when I first went down to find her husband, I proceeded to fight all the way down to the undercroft in search of his corpse, only to run back to the first level, seeing his body lying there. Yep, I remember that whole section being really, really tough. So we're gonna make a quick trip down, get his body, and then come right back up.
How did you hear that about the boss?
Let's not stand too close to that.
There we are, said there's treasure.
Hot wind, redolent of vomited mold wafts from the hold. That's not cool.
Shh. Have you lost your wits?
Oh, here goes Seduzo. And there's the upper floor. All right. An Orlin covered toe to ear tip in sable fur leans against the bar counting change. She gives you a wide, easy smile when she notices your approach, then slips the coins into her pocket with a wink.
Hey, fresh face. Welcome to the hole. Just got 2 rules, yeah? Keep your hands to yourself and don't fall in. Need something?
What's the story with this place?
The hole's been here so long as there's been a Gullet. Though it ain't always been mine. What's a neighborhood without a place to get pissed drunk and lose your pants?
How'd you end up here?
Well, it's a bit of a story. See, Berta found me face down in a pile of rot ghasts in the old city and asked if I was looking for work.
I had some other questions.
Of course.
I'm looking for a way into Delver's Row.
No doubt you'd fit right in. But getting there? That's dangerous business, Freshface. But it ain't none of my business, I suppose. If you're dead set on dying, you'll find Delver's Row in the Narrows. Those twisty alleys carved into the mountain on the west side of the Gullet. You've got to make your own way from there. Dario will skin me if I say any more.
Diplomacy. Oh, wait, no. Streetwise. Nobody knows what Ferna knows except that she's loyal to the Gullet.
Folks on the bottom gotta work together to get out from under those on top. I hear you, Freshface.
She favors you with a wink and a buck-toothed grin. Kenneth might call that hair attack. I actually really like the Pasquale party member that you get. The whole AdMech organization, they interest me a great deal. I can't wait to learn more about them. Then again, he did do it in the middle of a full covenant of sisters, so that took some balls, big stupid balls. Rotated size ones. And Deadfire, finding hidden items is based off your perception. I'm pretty sure that I have an exceptionally high perception, though, but I'll check.
I'll tell you how to get there without getting yourself dead first.
She winks.
Take a right the first chance you get. Then keep going forward until you see a merchant stall. Look close. There's a secret hallway behind a curtain there. That's your entrance. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but all the same, you'd best watch yourself in Delver's Row. The crooks there will kill you just as soon as cheat you out of everything you own. If Dario doesn't gut you first.
Who's Dario?
You stick around the Gullet long enough, you might find out.
I'd like to buy something.
What you need?
You know of any sailors looking for work? I need a crew.
Sure, I know a few folks who need coin, and a couple of them can even hold their liquor.
All right. Any new crew members? Nope. Adventurers. Stowaway. Oh, I probably should go ahead and sleep, right? Rest. Pretty sure you can't find his stash without having him tell you about it. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, then that explains it. I had made the assumption that you could. Where's that wait button? What time is it right now? It is morning. Oh, okay, cool.
Never smelled meat like that before.
Ooh, worried pig.
Half-rotten and briny.
Ooh, that's you have to steal. That you have to steal. Meats of unidentifiable origin are strewn across the counter.
Why do you bother me, little kith?
You enjoy working here?
No.
She hawks a fat goblet of spit and lands beside the food she's preparing and splatters.
The Gullet reeks of illness. The beds are too small. An imp tried to nest in my hair. And Firna, the tavern keeper, refuses to give me more than 1 day off a month. How am I supposed to hunt when I am chained to this stove?
She scrunches her face into a grimace.
Maybe I'll become a pirate. Get myself a bird and an eye patch.
You should join my crew.
How do you mean?
She narrows her eyes and regards you with renewed interest. We've need of a cook, and I admire your, work.
I don't work for free.
450 copper. Will this satisfy you? She examines your coins for a moment. They look tiny in her giant hands, almost like a child's plaything. She shrugs.
This will do. For now.
She pats her meat tenderizer thoughtfully and gives you a small nod. Hey!
You told me a few years ago that I'd end up following you on another crazy errand. I'd have said you were out of your mind.
Like I mentioned before, if you know legit coding and how it kind of translates to speech, then play that Mechanist game. You will learn a lot about them. They are strange, weird, and hard to understand. Interesting. Okay. Kind of worried about the Amazon show. I think Avila is a huge win for that, but it's also The Wheel of Time people. And I heard that wasn't adapted well. I know he got burned on The Witcher, so I hope he won't let a repeat happen. I think this is a little different as well because they're probably not going to adapt from a specific book. They're adapting from the lore overall, which makes it easier for the writers to be more creative about what kind of story they want to tell. So they don't have to worry about trying to follow a book word for word. That imp was trying to build a life together with you, man. He gives you a dismissive gesture with his pipe hand.
Not because I got anything against you, more that the trouble seems to come looking for you wherever you go. Yet, here we are again, probably on our way to die. Well, you already did. Me, I mean.
He cocks his head to one side and smiles. I couldn't go having all the fun by myself.
Oh, real nice of you to share. Someday I'll have to get you a gift. Wouldn't you know it, this time is shaping up to be crazier than the last one.
There's something accusatory behind Eddar's eyes.
But I gotta say, I appreciate how you've handled things. Times like these, staying decent's not as easy as it sounds. Thought you were weird at first, of course, but you've surprised me.
There's no point to any of this if I have to sacrifice my beliefs.
There's something to that. I like to think I'm the same way. Except I chose to believe in the goodness of a giant statue that kills everything it passes.
He scrapes his teeth over his lower lip.
Sometimes I have second thoughts about that. I've been meaning to ask, though. How is it you never seem to lose your way through all this? What is it tells you you're on the right path?
Ooh, I like that there's a lot of options about this. I have strong feelings about everything. I believe in helping people who need it. Sometimes it's more... I believe in helping people who need it. Sometimes it's more complicated, but often it's not.
Well, hard to argue with that. And I might get some strange looks if I did.
Eddar heaves a sigh that sounds as if it's been building up for months. His smile is tight-lipped, wistful.
When I was a boy, things were simpler. Aethys was more like a character we read about in church.
I can see that being an improvement.
Just about anything would be at this point. Well, most stories had him helping folks or making the world work as it should.
He adopts the smile and gently pointed finger of a coaxing parent.
You pray to him. He might help you too.
He lets the finger drop and the smile fade.
There was no cost to it. No confusion about his will or followers taken into extremes. Following Aethys was right. I had no reason to question.
He pauses. It could be the light, but the creases around his eyes and mouth seem longer and deeper than your memory of them. The difference is that GW is infamously draconian when it comes to their animation TV department. They will be very heavily involved in making sure the lore is going to be respected. Well, I guess that's not a bad thing. Only dialogue options. Say I have strong opinions about everything. Lord, GW isn't making it. They gave the IP to Amazon to use. Oh, they will be heavily involved for sure. I'm sure they've set it up where they can be involved at least on some level. Or maybe Amazon gave them so much money, they're like, hey, whatever, dude.
Do you think there's any way that following him could still be the right path? After all we've seen?
It's possible, if the cause is just.
This better be some cause for all the damage he's done.
It won't be the same as Hammer and Bolter where they were footing the bill. Exactly.
Anyway, I didn't mean for this to get depressing. I think this was just a long way of saying I appreciate the way you've guided things.
You're welcome, Eddar.
Makes me feel like I'm doing some good going with you.
He shakes his head with a look on his face like he just remembered a joke.
Ahoy, Captain.
Ooh.
If I could bend your ear a moment, I'll be aiming to thank you for bringing me aboard.
A furred hand at his belly and one heel out, he bows deeply, drooping ear almost touching the ground.
You run a tight shop, and you ain't no terrible person either. It'd be a welcome change from the gentleman of leisure.
I'm glad you're with me.
I've a gift for you. This trinket be from one of the first ships I hunted. Malnage would have snatched it had I not found the perfect hiding spot.
So where did you hide it?
I know right to tell you that. You mightn't want it no more.
Hey, Seraphic gives an innocent whistle while scratching his ass as subtly as one can scratch it.
Just a jest, Cap. Nay, I tucked it away in my beard. Didn't wear braids back then, so my hair caught about everything from feathers to fish bones. Malnar shook me down for plunder after each raid. I figured out she wouldn't go nowhere near my beard. Said my face were like a saw rip fetish.
Why did Malnar treat you so badly?
Don't rightly know for sure, Cap. Thought at first she wanted me. Lasses be that way sometimes, treating you worse the more they fancy you. Given she tried to get me killed twice within our first fortnight together, I thought mayhap she were in deepest love.
He chuckles quietly. Were you attracted to Malnash?
Didn't fancy her in the least, but a man has needs. I figured at the time that she were as wet as any other lass. Figured I'd give her a whisper about what we might get down to in the old. Her answer were an unequivocal no, made with a sharpness. Might have been the closest I've ever been to death.
He winces and rubs his throat. Thank you for the gift, Seraphin.
You be entirely welcome. Now, if you'll pardon me, I've round about reached my limit for sentiment.
Seraphin salutes, grinning broadly, and turns away. Got Cypher's shackles, +1 constitution, and a resistance to dexterity afflictions. I'm not putting shackles on my damn self. Come on now. Well, thank you for the thought. Excellent. Excellent. Meats of unidentifiable origin are strewn across the counter. GW lets people do whatever they want most of the time, at least when it comes to their games. Depends on the games in question. From Total War or Warhammer, and I know that GW is working very closely with Creative Assembly. Kind of doubt it. They seem to work like Disney with licensing. They seem to change third parties for it. Have some lines you can't cross and make others pay for producing them to get free money. I'm rather happy how Total War Warhammer has turned out. It might have its issues, but it's at least very good and lore accurate. So have there been other Warhammer games that were released that you all would say were not really lore accurate? Where a ball was dropped?
Real quiet.
Bam, ba, bam, 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 bam. All right, did that. Save and then talk to the pirate. Have any meat. Given his views on women, I can tell Seraphin also attended middle school. This wild time sits ramrod straight. On the table near her are a half-empty liquor bottle and a small porcelain cup. Both smell of anise. She looks like she's trying to blend in, but her unnatural stillness and her bright, spotless attire make her stand out like a reef fish against the rocks. Her eyes find yours.
Harami! I am here, Seduzo Nui.
Nui, a Raotine word meaning big, often used after a person's name to indicate respect or admiration.
Do we expect today a local merchant?
Wana. I got that because I'm a Wana. Yeah, Deadfire Archipelago. That's why I got it. Seduzo keeps her eyes on you even as she speaks to the soldier. There's only a brief pause.
We do not, Seduzo Nui.
The captain shifts uncomfortably.
Then state your business quickly. I want to avoid another surprise.
She glances around quickly as if she expects someone to jump out of another corner of the tavern. What's your business in Nekataka?
The one who threatened me.
Oh, crap.
I shall not soon forget him.
Instead, I asked about Bataro. Nope, all were good. There were a bunch, but there's a lot of 40K games. There are a lot of trash Warhammer games out there. 40K games are where they really suffer. There was a Space Wolf card game, if you can believe it. No one remembers it existed for good reason. Warhammer are hit or really miss most of the time. Interesting. Interesting.
You who wanna learn too many pretty words from the Valians. None can trust what you say.
What exactly happened?
This fellow wanted passage on my ship, as if I were the village ferryman.
She tosses back the rest of her drink a little too quickly.
I told him there was none to be had. Certainly not at his price.
She upends her empty cup. Then what? She refills her cup and sets the bottle down hard. You notice again that her hands are shaking with perception.
He told me he had coin. Lots of it. I did not believe him. How could a man who lives in a garbage heap have enough money for passage?
She shakes her head.
So you assumed the worst and threw him to the wolves?
No, you presumptuous Adiran. I assumed nothing until I saw the swollen net.
A sullenet?
A marked coin. A token of allegiance. The Principe carry them.
Go on.
I knew then that I was dealing with a pirate. I had heard they were influential in the Gullet, but I did not realize how much so.
Necromunda hired gun was bad on lore. Dawn of War 3, just how it functions. Shooters, blood, and teeth, etc. Rogue Trader, Mechanicus, Chaos Gate, Demon Hunters, and the Dawn of War series are the only really good games that come to mind. Space Marine and Battlefleet Gothic was alright. Interesting. So there's a bad reputation.
I called for the guards, and they tracked him away. That is the last I saw of him.
What's your business in Nekataka?
Nearly done, I hope. I sold a consignment of iron and cultural coral, and will return to Rauatai with Vorals, Merkberries, and Ondra Stars.
I plan to play Chaos Gate and I guess now Mechanicus before Rogue Trader comes out, so I'm looking forward to it now. She shifts in her chair, tugging at her conspicuously clean and bright clothes.
Are you writing that down?
She raised an eyebrow at Seraphim.
Nay, lass. We're merely moved to a momentary bout of verse by the beauty of
He clears his throat and secretes a scrap of paper into a pouch. Ignore him, Seduso.
Gladly.
She nods slowly.
Anyway, that's what brought me here.
Streetwise, odd that you take your business to the slums. You seem nervous. Does the Royal Deadfire Company know you're trading here? Insight, actually history. I thought Royal Times operated out of the Brass Citadel.
Most do.
She avoids meeting your gaze. Her mouth is pressed into a hard frown. Insight, you seem nervous. Does the Royal Deadfire Company know you're trading here? She sets her glass down with a loud clatter.
The Royal Deadfire Company would frown on business in this district. But there's no harm if they don't know.
She laughs nervously. I won't tell the Royal Deadfire Company about your dealings here if you take Bia and the children. She tugs at her collar and looks around to see if anyone has overheard you.
Very well. I could take 3 more in the hold, and no more. Orin and his crew have reserved the berths.
The children are small. Surely you could take more.
I will already have to abandon crates of cargo to make room for these 3. Plus, the food and water they require.
Very well.
Send them to me. The sooner we leave, the better.
I want to find enough room for Bia and all the children.
And I told you there is none. The 3 I agreed to take will barely fit in the hold as it is.
Her hand tightens around her cup.
What is your business with me?
Tell me about Orin.
He and his people are gold-packed knights. Orin is particular.
She looks at her crew, and they nod in agreement. Gold Pack. Gold Pack Knights are an order of mercenary paladins for hire. They believe in payment as a form of binding contract and hold impartiality as a high virtue. Interesting. But you got to understand, between Mass Effect Andromeda, now we have one Mass Effect game and a good 40K games. GW just throws a license out there to anyone that wants it. Interesting. Interesting. You know, Threed isn't on here right now, but a couple of sessions ago, he was on here. He's talking about he's been writing a book, and it got me to thinking that, you know what? Probably not right now. Maybe not next year, because next year I really, really want to try to dig more into voice acting. But maybe the year after that, I'll be ready and want to write a book. And I'm thinking that my book, I know I want it to be some fantasy. I'm either going to go the Warhammer route, or I might go the Bloodlines Masquerade route. We'll see. But either way, I think that's something that I'd like to do.
Perhaps that is good. He just finished a contract to guard the Valian Luminous Mill. I hear Animancers are also particular. He's upstairs. Just do not interrupt him if he's arranging things.
She and her crew exchange another quick glance. Farewell. Okay, let's head upstairs, see if we can convince them otherwise so we can get them kids on. Otherwise, she going to have to take the infants but leave the little kids here. We can't have that. Eating out of garbage? No. No. See, this whole system is also part of what makes me not want to side with the Wana. It'd be different if I could marry the queen, because then I could convince myself in my head that, hey, I married the queen and I made things better somehow. But they make it clear that that's not the case, that you basically have no power whatever you do. So, doesn't work for me. Forsaken cat. Rough. Boom, 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 boom. Fury, what's going on, man? How are you? I wish you luck. I'll only read it if it starts. It was a dark and stormy night. You know what? Just for you. Awesome. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, look at that. Oren. And that. Okay. Let's save here. I don't remember what's a requirement to notice what kind of dude he is. A dwarf sits before a generous and curious spread. Steam mussels arranged in concentric circles, rounds of flatbread stacked in a neat tower, and melons sliced in even triangles. Yet his attention is focused on the 4 cups in the bottle in front of him. He has the cups organized in an almost perfect square around the bottle, but as you look on, he leans down to adjust one. The others with him wait quietly and observe the ritual. Wait. Holding his breath, he takes the bottle and measures an equal serving of wine into the cups, making 3 or 4 passes over each. His companions look on with practiced patience.
Don't see why you'd spend all that time arranging your food if you aren't making it look like a funny face.
At last, the bottle is empty, and he places it in the exact center of the square. He picks it up and puts it down the same spot twice more before he's satisfied.
I didn't see what Sedusa was fussing about. Nothing wrong with being
Olive leans close to you, then turns back to observe.
Cheers.
They all take their cups and drink deeply. At last, the leader turns to you.
What do you require?
What brought you to the Deadfire?
We had a contract with the Valian Trading Company to defend one of their most valuable properties.
He glows with pride.
If you're looking for work, I hardly recommend them. They pay well, and they pay on time.
He raises his cup, and his companions do likewise. Seraphin leans nearer you, grinning.
Consistency in the shipping lanes. Good for types mercantile, but better for types piratical.
Did you say something?
Just admiring your spread, my lad. Nothing better after a meal than a ripe pair of melons.
All right, you bought passage on Captain Seduzo's ship.
Indeed. The good captain has 4 adequate berths, all equally sized, all facing the same direction. And she's promised to leave promptly. A most agreeable arrangement.
What would it take for you to cede your spots on Seduzo's ship?
Out of the question. We're due in Takoa for another contract, and the client has already paid the advance.
He sips from his cup and immediately runs a folded handkerchief around the rim.
And we have already paid Seduzo. I couldn't possibly take back the same coins I have already spent.
He shivers with dread. Is this intellect? Oh, man, I love this option. I'm booking passage for a family, but Seduzo only has room for 3 of them, so they'll be split. His hand jerks so violently that he splashes a few drops of wine on the table. He mops them up, a rigid and pained expression on his face. And you'll be stuck with half of them for the whole journey. Won't that be odd?
That will not do. That will not do at all.
He's still dabbing at the spilled wine, but something brittle has crept into his frown. His companions shuffle nervously. At last, Oren pushes back from the table and looks up at them.
To Queen's Berth, quickly. We must find a more suitable ship.
The Gold Pack Knights file out together. That is such an awesome sequence. Absolutely fantastic writing. Oh, man. Writing stories is really fun. Yeah, I've never done it before, but I've always kind of want to, like in the back of my head. But that conversation brought to the forefront. Like, man, that's actually something I would probably like to do. Yeah, I tried that option. If you could marry the queen and vastly improve things, sad you can't, would be a great incentive. Absolutely. I think it was a missed opportunity. Also, when people say Dawn of War 3 was the worst 40K game, I say you are a very lucky person. Hey, you could do a Vampire Masquerade Warhammer book, not like there isn't vampires in Warhammer. Really? I didn't know that. There are vampires in Warhammer? Yo, that'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious and awesome. Oh, man. Maybe if I can get my channel like really, really big and approach both of them, like, look, yo, we should all 3 just collaborate, all right? And create a whole universe together and make gobs of money. Come on, man. That'd be awesome. Ooh, hungry dog. Ba-boo. All right, that's it for this area, correct? It looks like it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see if she's sees things our way now.
What is your business with me?
Orin won't be traveling with you anymore. She eyes you suspiciously. The soldier with her shrugs.
That is convenient for you. But never mind. If there's trouble, I'm staying out of it. The berths are paid for. You can send your friends as long as you promise not to make trouble for me.
She glances from side to side, checking to make sure no one is listening.
Just do it soon. I don't want any mess you've made to spill onto my decks.
She looks at her crew and makes a twirling motion with her finger. Farewell. Excellent. All right, we already searched behind her. We're already been... Who are you talking? Okay, no. All right. Now, let's head downstairs real quick. I feel like he's right at the top when you get off the little elevator. We are not going to do that whole elevator because it is annoying. So I want to be a couple of levels higher before we do that. A man saunters over to you with a jagged smile. He's got a long, crooked scar on his forearm, and he's rolled his sleeve up to flaunt it.
You must be new. Lucky for you, we have a special rate for newcomers. A bag of coppers in exchange for your life.
He brandishes a knife. One of his companions grins widely enough to show you all of his missing teeth. But the way they're all gathered around you, leaving their own backs exposed, tells you they haven't been here long either. Crack your knuckles. Crack your knuckles. This'll be fun. The thugs look at one another and exchange a few panic whispers.
It seems we've made a mistake. Forgive and forget, no?
He smiles, backing away. They hurry off and disappear into the crowd. Jerk-offs. Hey, I felt that gold Pax Night paid in my soul. Yeah, he was highly disturbed. Highly disturbed. Ooh, Hatinga, whatever your name is. A guard folds his arms, watching the activity on the walkways through slitted eyes. A coral piercing juts from his lower lip. He notices you with a sharp nod. First Warhammer fantasy book I read was The Vampire Genevieve, now that I think about it. Starring Genevieve Sandrine Dupoint du Lac. What? That's so you'll have to read it. Wow, that's a crazy name. Was it actually a good book? Why was that man sent below?
Potaro? He associated with foreign criminals.
He spits. The gob of saliva is just one more splotch on the weathered and mottled boards.
I cannot be certain about Biha, so I let her go. But I will be watching her. These wicked sorts overrun the Gullet and corrupt the Raparu. Our justice must be swift and firm.
Where is Bia now?
Hers is the first house you come to. Just there.
He points southwest across the walkways.
You will probably find her there.
Where does this lift go?
To the old city, Ikira. A god's cursed ruin filled with walking corpses and abominations of the deep. And the remains of lawbreakers and troublemakers. The Gullet is no place to wander. Watch yourself for rowdies and pirates.
I want access to the lift to the old city.
Are you mad or merely lost? That place is a punishment for the lowest sort.
He waves a hand toward the exit.
Go and explore someplace with pleasant views and fresh air. The harbor, or Periki's Overlook.
Periki was an explorer and founder of the Water Shapers Guild. Many of the modern teachings of water shaping stem from her research into ancient Awana society, which led to her posthumous renown and the subsequent naming of her home district in Nekataka as Periki's Overlook. Survival. I can look after myself. Thank you.
It's your neck, Ikira.
He whistles, and the guard standing by the lift looks over at him and nods.
We will leave the lift down there for half a day. That should be enough time to come back to your senses. After that, you are on your own. The guard will let you pass. Though I urge you to reconsider.
Farewell. Base east exit. Oh, okay. So that's how I get in. Oop, don't need more of those. It's fine. The wheel groans with the cage's weight. It's slick with protective oil. Let's click on this just to unlock that area. So now I have access to the Sacred Stair and the Brass Citadel, but not to the Serpent Crown, which is what I really wanted, but it's okay. Save here again. Just going to get his body and then coming right back. First Warhammer Fantasy book. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty famous as far as Warhammer stuff goes. Got reprinted a lot. Plus, someone got turned inside out in the first few pages, so that was cool. Kind of a murder mystery romance story. So are there a lot of good Warhammer books, or are most of them kind of garbage? A rickety metal cage swings over an abyss. Your clothes billow with a foul wind from below, and faint screams and roars echo from the depths. Still, you can make out no details from this distance. Go down. You step into the jouncing cage. The door slams shut and your descent begins with the rattle of chains. As your eyes adjust to the gloom, you begin to make out crumbling ruins and shadows flickering between them. The cage comes to a rest with a groan. All right. Again, I remember this place being brutal, so we will not be sticking around. Just want to stop by real quick and go get this dude's body. I think he's somewhere up here, if I remember correctly. Waterfalls echo in the distance below. Oh, wait, hold on.
I'll take care of this.
Ooh, lots of gold. Where is this body? Ooh.
I think that's beyond me.
Kinda stuck over here.
I was about to say, how much longer? Here we go. That's helpful. Bah, bah. And we'll do. There we go. You. There we go. And then finally you. And uh-oh. He can explode or something, right? Oh, okay, but we stopped that. Not enough focus. Why does it say I don't have enough? Oh, because I lost my ascendant status. Okay. All right. Jeez.
I shall.
I'll see what I can find.
I'll see what I can find. For what I understand, all the books are good. kind of the same as the games. There's a ton. Most are mediocre. Some are amazing. Warhammer is very similar to Forgotten Realms, in my opinion. Some good stuff, some mediocre. I got around 200. About most one read was enough. Some I went through 10 plus times just because they're amazing. But that's like the top 5%. Some are horrible, though. If you're going to do a haunted house and are trying to build up mystery in 40K, don't use demons. I swear, of a book, you could tell by page 20 how it is. Hopefully not with demon hosts. All right, so here's my question. I was looking at one of Wolfheart's streams, and he was talking about he voiced one of the modules that D&D did. It was Avernus something, Avernus Depths or something like that, right? It was like this hour-and-a-half video where he basically took that module, made a story out of it, and then voiced that for the channel. And I looked at that and I was like, that is something I would love to do. Are there similar like modules in Warhammer that I could kind of take and kind of make a story of my own inside of it and then do a full voice thing, have somebody put some animation on it, and then make it a story, like known modules that Warhammer fans might be interested in? This body has been savaged by many claws and fangs. A cloud of Essus hangs over it. You recognize it as belonging to Pataro, the man you saw lured from the Gullet earlier. His soul remnant pulses with urgency. Read his soul. You prepare yourself for the now familiar jolt and feel yourself pulled into one of his memories. Nah, it's stuff like the whole building is possessed and these are normal people, so you can guess what happens. Nice. Avernus said it to hell. Yeah. Oh, that's way worse there. Fuck. It might be. I don't remember the full name. You know what? Here. Hold on. Let me look it up. What is the name of that freaking thing? What was the name of it? Oh, 5 years. What's the name of it? What's the name of it? What's the name of it? Descent into Avernus. Dungeons and Dragons story. This missile, the missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because Brosier, what's going on, man? It knows because it knows where it is. By subtract where it is, and where it is, whichever is greater. What? You are being dragged toward the cage, but you're not looking at it or the darkness below. Soon, there will be nothing else for you. Overseer Tenga is holding the marked coin, the swallow net, and glaring at you. You already tried explaining yourself, but it's no use. He knows where you got it. He tucks it into his pocket. Instead, you look at Bia, furious and heartbroken where she stands beyond the guards. There's something you need to tell her, but she's so far, receding farther by the second. Recall what you need to tell her. You are standing in front of a man. His dark, wizened face reminds you of old leather, but a delicate work of embroidery rests in his lap. He holds out a purse with long, fine fingers. Take it. It's heavy. It's probably more money than you've earned in your entire life. You try not to let this show on your face. You know what to do. The crime lord nods at you. Please remind me. You will meet our mutual associate near the Audra Mill. She will give you a package. Pay her and bring this package to the Undercroft. He watches you for understanding before he continues. My people are particular about security, but show them the Solanet and they will let you pass. You pat your pocket for the marked coin. Yes, it's still there. You leave the lair de Rio the Lean and zip through the Narrows. Past the theft. Theft can be traced back to the provisioners in the Valian republics, where the markets for the plant in question enjoy rapidly rising demand. Most commonly chewed or inhaled, theft is infamous for the near catatonic state in which it often places its adherents. Those who use it claim that the drug gives them a sense of urgency and meaning, lost when the effects fade. More colorful accounts claim that the drug allows one to look within themselves and witness the sight of their own soul. Left at the four-way intersection, left again to the Gullet. Your hands are shaking and you're remembering the rumor Bia told you about of a merchant captain at the tavern. The money is heavy in your hands. It's a risk, but you realize you've already decided to take it. Descended to Avernus. There was Dark Heresy, which is like D&D for 40K, but I never played it and don't know if they have modules. There's Battle Series for like Kill Team. Don't think that's what you want. Nah. On D&D, absolutely. I have no idea if Warhammer has modules. D&D 5e module that serves as prequel to BG3. Descended to Avernus. Oh, Descended to Avernus is supposed to be the prequel for BG3? That's interesting. It obtains a difference or deviation. The missile copy pasta. What is that? Also, so there is. I just found it. Can post if you allow links. Shatter Hope, an adventure path for Dark Heresy. And post a link. I'm curious about this. I don't know. I don't think I've blocked links as far as I know. But you said it's called Shatter Hope. Shattered Hope, Dark Heresy. Huh. Okay. I will check that out. I only know Kill Team, Rogue Trader, and Dark Heresy was supposed to be that kind of D&D campaign story where anything could happen. You approach the tavern with your heart in your mouth, realizing that you can't just walk in there holding D'Arro's purse. You need to hide it. Fortunately, the rubble around you offers plenty of hiding places. When no one is looking, you clear some stones out of one corner and hide the purse beneath them. There. You'll come back for it once you've made your deal with the Raotayan. You're almost starting to feel better about it, too. As Bataro walks into the tavern, the memory fades, and you find yourself once more looking at his corpse.
Come along now. I'll guide you through the wheel.
Shodi's lantern clinks softly as she drags it through the clustered essence, harvesting the lost soul. Rough.
Wait, look there.
With relish.
One, so we'll do that. And there we go. Da-da-da. Yes, Descended to Avernus is a prequel to BG3. I didn't realize that. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. And that's all she wrote. We'll come back here at a later time. That makes me want to do something for it just in anticipation of Baldur's Gate 3. But Warhammer first. Warhammer is my focus. Let's go ahead and get this money. Where's this money at? Haha, so you're right. You do have to get it from him. You do have to hear about it from him. That's interesting. Did not realize that. And now Bia's home. So we won't go through the Narrows yet. We'll come back there after we go to the mine and do the pirate deal. But for now,
My village was not like this. Why does Queen Onikaza not send the foreigners away?
give 600 copper. Oh wait, did you know Bataro was working for criminals?
Of course not. He worked on the docks. I'm sure of it.
Her face flushes with shock. I am a watcher. I read the memory in his soul. She blinks at you in disbelief, her mouth half open.
For what do you torment me? He was a good man.
I just wanted you to know the truth, as you say.
The Overseer looks for a reason to toss us below, too. Such talk will bring him to our doorstep.
She shudders. I found Bataro in the old city. He's dead.
Of course. I only hoped.
She breaks off, shaking her head.
It is no matter. Thank you for telling me.
Give 600 copper. I found the money Bataro hid. Take it.
That much copper would only bring suspicion. Besides, maybe Suduzo will accept it in exchange for passage.
I spoke with Captain Suduzo about passage out of Nekataka.
What say, then?
Bia listens with cautious hope. The children look on with wide, round eyes. She's agreed to take you all. She is momentarily speechless, her eyes filled with tears. She drops the reed as she brushes them away.
Sometimes, Cap, you remind me of serving with Romaro back on a sorcerer. More than halfway to heartwarming.
He beams, his hands on his hips and chest forward.
May Amira's winds ever blow sweet for you. We will pray always for you in this life and in each to come.
She picks up the 2 infants and hurries the others out the door. And there we go. She's good. And now it's time to move on. Jeez, it's always Nurgle. I know he loves us, but please. Is this Shodi's story tied?
Don't worry about you, Adair. There'd be a thing of free out here that you shouldn't be aiming at.
A cloaked figure slides up to you, hidden behind a raspy whisper and a long, drooping hood.
If you're interested in making good pay and a good friend, head to the narrows at the western end of the Gullet. Once you reach the alleys, go right and right again as soon as you can. Then, follow the bend to the left. The bullies guarding the door have a weakness for chewing Svev. You can follow their trail.
Her teeth flash under her hood.
Tell them Dario sent for you. And remember your manners.
There'll be a thing or two out here.
It was dark. I only saw the back of your head. Thought you were some huge island squirrel.
This ain't about me, farmer.
Isn't Shodi's story tied to how many souls she harvests? Like, it's very obvious she starts losing it, but I can't remember what the critical juncture is and how to handle it. It's not only how many souls you harvest, but what she's supposed to do with those souls. So she can either send them back into the wheel and try to help them get some peace, or she can reap them. So which one you do will impact how she develops and what her personality is going to be like as she goes on. So I'm definitely doing a playthrough where she's going to just send them back peacefully and not lose her freaking mind. I don't remember the critical juncture either, but I know you have to keep pushing her towards light and getting rid of the souls. Yep. Sounds right. Lady, who is you? Spire of Soul Seers. I don't want to do that. Look, I'm actually going straight for the castle because that's what I really need. Merchant, north. Here we go. Yeah. We need to head straight north because these quests that I want to do that are here, I really want Pallegina with us when I do it.
So you defeated this ship-devouring beast all by yourself?
I'm telling you.
I feel like I've already missed like some opportunities to get more points with her. And if I remember correctly, Seraphine is not a difficult person to get points with anyway. In fact, what I really need to look at is reputations. So I think the maximum you can get is 3, and we already have 1 with him. Ooh. I'm looking for more intimate entertainment. Damn, he really didn't like that. I didn't realize that. Introduce me to your handsome friend, Olive. He really didn't like that either. Damn. What about... What did she dislike? Came here looking for you. The people on the coast said you could help me. When I was talking to the old druid, that was skullduggery. Oh, damn. Okay. Huh. Oh, I'm at a -1 with the Valiant Trading Company. Oh, I wonder if that's a holdover from the game I imported. Whereas I'm already 5 with the Child of the Dawn Stars. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's close this out. Keep your pirate friend in line around here. Chill out. There we go. Yep. I would actually love to see you write a Warhammer book. I sincerely wish you luck in that endeavor. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the attempt. Is this considered nighttime? Is that why she's got the... Hold on here. I am in evening. Yep. So here, let's go. Pre-dawn. Morning. There we go. Let's get them vendors out and all that good stuff. And nobody here. Separate crown guard.
Hold a moment. You may visit the palace and its shrine, but be warned. The Queen meets with trading company Vipers. Take care you are not bitten.
Wow. That's a strange way to speak about your allies.
Mere words.
The guard gives an untroubled shrug. I have information for the Queen.
You will find her in her throne room through the door behind me. Inform the guards of your purpose. Whether the Queen will hear you above the baying of her guests is another matter.
The guard gestures toward the door, dismissing you. Yeah. I remember. Throne room. I made her lose her job. I ruined their deal. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. It only didn't work out because I didn't side with the Lord, whatever, Gallowayne. If I had sided with Gallowayne, they would have thanked me for it.
While I am flattered by the esteemed Hazanui's confidence, I must wonder how my people are meant to have destroyed an entire colony overnight.
Hazanawis, a Raltayan title roughly equivalent to Admiral. The Valiant dignitary aims a withering look across the aisle. A middle-aged woman with a square jaw and tar-stained teeth meets it.
You tell us. It's no coincidence that your outpost at Port Mage survived the recent storm.
She pulls a slender pipe from her pocket, but at a look from the Queen's attendant, she puts it away.
You speak as if I could command the tides, while you are casting your blame in a wide net. Why not look to our Kahunga allies? We do not share their talent for shaping water.
A sizable Amuwa standing by the throne takes a bold step forward and flares his nostrils at the assembled dignitaries. A hush falls over the room.
I say our guest forgets himself.
He clears his throat and sweeps his gaze from Nero to the rest of the room.
Brother, stand down.
Up to this point, the Queen has studied the proceedings with an even expression. She half rises from her throne as she fixates on Prince Arui. They did a good job making every faction shady. I agree. They did a great job of making them organic. Yep. I absolutely agree. They're shady in a way that's understandable. Like, it's not like some games where you're like, dude, you're stupid for being so corrupt. But in this game, you understand they're all fighting for limited resources. And it would be very difficult for everybody to just share it and divvy it up and everybody to do well. Like, at the end of the day, it's a fight for survival. So you understand why it's happening, even if you look up all the mess and you're like, wow, does it really have to be this dirty?
You are the one who mistakes my throne room for a sparring arena. I say this is beneath us.
As Arui lowers his head, the Queen slowly cinches a gaze on you and leaves it there.
An interesting visitor in difficult times. You cannot be here to deliver a favorable omen.
Though her mouth doesn't move, Anakaza's voice comes to you like an insistent memory, nestled among your surface thoughts. See, I mean, she's speaking directly in your mind. There's like that flirtation between y'all. She absolutely should have been a romance option, and it would have made the Awana tribe much more attractive as an option. But without that, when you're basically saying, I joined you all and keep this ridiculous caste system intact, hell no, how can I side with y'all? Nod to Anakaza.
Allow me to apologize as I toss you before the wolves.
Though she turns to the dignitaries, you still feel her attention on you.
This one is a watcher blessed by Tangaloa. I suspect that many of our questions about Hasongo will soon be answered.
The Queen's voice fills the expanse of throne room, leaving you with a hushed silence to feel. If it pleases the court, I've journeyed from a crippled Port Mahaj.
I know this one. His parlor tricks frightened 10 years of every sailor in Queen's birth.
Raising her hand for silence, Anakaza looks to her brother. He approaches and they exchange a few words too quietly to hear. She lifts her gaze to you once more.
We assembled to discuss the darkening of Hasongo, one of Rawatai's colonies. Watcher, it seems you have the floor.
She opens her palm and waits. All shady to the point of being unlikable universally. There's no faction in here that I can look at and say unequivocally side with this person. Like they all have, a weakness. So where you look at it, you're like, this kind of makes me feel slimy for joining them. Parmahan suffered similar damage when Aethys passed through.
What sailor's tale is this?
There's no sane explanation for what's been happening. You keep waiting for one, it'll be too late.
Does tilling the soils of the Eastern Reach drive all men mad? You sound as crazy as the Dawnstar Dreamers.
She looks at Etta the way one would look at an especially rabid but fascinating animal.
Have you not heard the rumors, Karu? An Adra Colossus marching across the sea. Sailor tales, but credible ones.
Is it really possible that they haven't seen this giant statue? I mean, I guess, maybe. Nero crosses his arms, looking distinctly uncomfortable.
How came a watcher from half the world away to be involved in these happenings? Enlighten the court.
Barath herself sent me to track down Aethys.
The Lady of Doors must have great confidence in you.
Anakaza's tone is amused. Her expression is not.
Tracking down a god who stands as tall as a mountain, a fisherman with poor eyesight could do this. My priests will trip over their feet to interpret his divine plan. Watcher, can you cut through the din and tell for what he comes to the Deadfire?
Yes, I plan on using Adra pillars to track and ultimately confront Aethys.
How resourceful of you. The Isles are studded with enough luminous Adra to bankroll an economy.
She turns a quiet glance in Nero's direction. Yeah, that left me with a bad reunion with Windu and Wrath of the Righteous. You're weak, I'm superior. Babe, there's 6 of us. We're 5 levels over you. Yeah, I love Windu.
I believe our course is clear. We will send the Watcher to Hasongo.
Anakaza spreads her hands, calmly assured of her reasoning.
Set sail to the west of Nekataka. I would tell you to keep a weather eye out for a lighthouse, but the God of Light did not appreciate competition. Something to add, Hazanui? You have an eager look about you. She believes herself entitled to my ear, I say.
Anakaza's gaze wanders back to you only briefly.
Only that Hasongo is a Rawatayan outpost. It would be useful for the Watcher to take one of ours along.
She inclines her chin at another woman standing nearby.
Ma'am.
A composed Amwa stands at attention, her forward brow cleaving down otherwise warm features. By her feet, a colorful bird preens itself without concern.
Maya's an expert sailor and a better sharpshooter. The best the Brass Citadel has to offer.
She looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod.
Whatever comes your way, she'll see it first.
If it gets me and Ashiza out of diplomat duty, we'd set sail with a drunk scolder at the helm.
Maya sighs with resignation and nudges her bird affectionately with her toe.
Perfito. Do you mean to stop Aethys by shooting him? Seri Pelagina will go with the Watcher. Show him how the Republics handle things.
Nero waves airily. Perfito, a Valiant term meaning perfect. Ser, a Valiant term for sister. Calls a sister. Baldur's Gate 2 had factions like that, or was it another old gang? I don't remember Baldur's Gate 2 well enough to answer that question. I know definitely there was some shady factions. I can't remember if there was a faction where I was like, oh, these are the good guys, we should definitely side with them. I typically make an Amwa, so it's Rawtai and clear skies for me on a solo run. Yeah, I always choose the Rawtai, but that's mainly because of Maya, not because of their politics. The guard behind them coughs politely.
Your Excellency, Palagina Messerai has been banished? She has been seen in Queen's Berth. I can have a report to headquarters.
Nero silences the guard with a withering look and a sharp gesture.
You should feel no obligation to take on additional crew. The choice is yours.
I'll take Maya. Always good to have a rifle on hand.
Say the word and I'll shoot the tip off a green boy's nose.
Ishiza looks up at Maya and warbles something agreeable. Worldly. Interesting.
You're making a mistake, Watcher. In times like these, trustworthy allies are the most valuable asset of all.
Calm down, Nero. I'm sure you'll get one of your spies in place eventually.
A lazy half smile tugs at her mouth.
In the meantime, Watcher, I hope you'll meet me in the Brass Citadel. There's more for us to discuss among friendlier company.
She glares briefly at Nero.
I believe we are finished here. Are we?
Queen Anakaza rises from her throne, and the surrounding guards stand at immediate attention.
Aren't we popular? Take care at Hasongo. The Deadfire was overfull before Aethys blundered in.
Anakaza nods to you as she adjourns.
Your allies will use you toward any end. Do not give your trust lightly.
Anakaza clears her throat and sweeps the room with her gaze.
I say it is beyond time our guests lick their wounds somewhere else.
He banishes the foreign dignitaries with a swift and unmistakably disgusted wave. BG2 is pretty good with factions. Ooh. Are you better as a... definitely not Geomancer. Are you better as a scout or just pure ranger? We'll go pure ranger. And we'll take you out. I don't need you anymore. We'll bring you in. And accept.
While we have the chance.
Sure, we can talk. Well, besides the Crow Wizards or whatever they were called, let's not imagine the wizard that can cast Time Stop. What can go wrong? Well, the Shadow Thieves and the vampires, I forgot about them. We're kind of even until you have hindsight that there's a clear right choice. Love when the game's factions aren't cut and dry like that. Strictly good and bad don't really exist in the middle ground for the most part. I don't know why, but my hair keeps bothering me. And I've been feeling sick. I hope I'm not getting an ear infection. That would be annoying. What mechanism controls this door is unclear. The plate does not budge under your fingers. All right, what do you want, lady? What you want to talk about?
Exactly what you're thinking.
Maya folds her arms and clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth. What's that?
You're asking yourself, how did I let the Royal Deadfire Company plant an informant in my crew?
She chuckles to herself, but there's a note of resignation to it.
Quick, here's the sky.
Strictly good and bad don't really exist. It's a middle ground for the most part. Yeah, I like it when it's more complicated for you to make a decision about who you really want to side with. That's another thing I liked about Witcher 3. You know, like a lot of people there have shades of gray. There's really not a wrong answer. She's best as pure ranger. Never seen her as any other thing. Got you. I liked her as rogue ranger myself. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like she's good either way. I serve the flaming fist.
My superiors might expect me to report in from time to time, but don't read too much into it. You're not the only big thing happening around here. I'm in this for a lot of information, a little diplomacy, and plenty of target practice.
She opens her palms and shrugs. At least you're up front. What if my actions damage the Royal Deadfire Company?
This whole campaign is a risk-benefit analysis. The Navy knows you're a gamble, and they're factoring in all potential losses.
Maya wipes a line of black powder from her cheek.
Rawatai is here to do some good work, since the Huana can't seem to do it themselves. Maybe just try and stay out of our way.
At least you're upfront about spying on me.
Better that you hear it from me than someone else, right? The company isn't in the business of reassigning officers outside of the mission unless they've got a damn good reason. And you are a damn good reason. Take the compliment.
As long as you're keen on taking orders, I don't object to having you aboard.
Uncomplicated. Just the way I like it.
What's this, duty? Dutiful, yep. Ella flashes a quick pleased glance.
Oh, guess you ought to meet the bird. Ishi is smarter than he looks, but don't expect him to do any tricks.
Not Geo, though. That just seems wrong. Yeah, like, she's not a wizard. Come on now. She nods towards the colorful bird of prey hopping around your ankles.
Ishi, come.
Maya taps her arm with 2 fingers and clicks her tongue again.
That's a good-looking bird.
Eder raises one hand and waggles his index finger.
Hey, birdie. Hey, birdie.
Ishiza shows no sign of recognition toward Maya or Eder. Ishiza simply claws at the ground and investigates some bugs a few graceful hops away. Insight. Click your tongue like Maya. Cocking his head, Ishiza turns to you with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Resourcefulness. Maya cocks her head and listens.
Takes practice before he'll listen to you properly, but that's a good start.
I like the way there's so many different ways for you to both piss your companions off and get them to trust you more. You know, humor, resourcefulness, skullduggery, lying. Like, there's just a whole bunch of different ways you're in dialogue for them to decide how they feel about you. Really, really complicated, really, really nice. Has multiple layers. You can piss them off but still do very well. Like, I feel like this system was done well. Witcher 3 did Shades of Grey so well. I was constantly second-guessing every choice I made. Yep. Nobody was all good guy. Nobody was all bad guy. Even the people who were supposedly your enemies. Except for the Wild Hunt. Eder nods at Ishiza, who bobs his head in response. Eder nods twice, and the large bird replies with 2 head bobs. Eder begins tilting his head up and down, and Ishiza follows it with vigorous full-body bobs. Encouraged, Eder starts bouncing his body up and down, at which point Ishiza stops bouncing and watches Eder with cockeyed curiosity.
Did your friend suffer a head wound?
Maya frowns at Eder.
Before we get into deeper waters, I've got a question.
Goodbye, my love. Have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. Maya clears her throat into her fist.
You got a ship and a title. Being captain means more than just wearing a big hat. A lot of tough calls to be made.
I'm figuring out as I go, but yes.
A crew can be like family. They can also be like a nest of squalling infants. Let's say your galley cook was fixing to organize the rest of the crew into a mutiny. How would you handle it?
I'd get ahead of the problem and compromise with the crew.
Sort it out as equals. Interesting. Of course, the only right answer is the one that works in a given time and place. I just wanted to hear yours.
Ever stifled a mutiny yourself, soldier?
Mostly preemptive measures. We try to pull the weeds before they reach the garden. But enough about me. Glad to be aboard, Captain.
Maya takes your arm and gives it a good pump. I had some questions.
I've got some answers.
Maya nods, giving you room to speak freely. Tell me about your family.
Well, my parents came from the Deadfire. I'm getting a taste of my roots.
Maya exhales and glances away. The system is good, it just needed to mean more. Hopefully something that returns to Pillars of Eternity 3. Yep, I agree. There's 2-round gun Maya can get. As a rogue hunter, she can shoot in stealth with a hobble shot and follow up with another shot instantly. It pretty much killed most enemies instantly. Woo! I'll see if I can find that. Love Eder's interaction with animals is great. Yep. Eder is one of the funniest companions, most definitely.
After they immigrated to Rawatai, their talents caught the Ranganui's eye. He saw them as this spectacle, this achievement of the old country, I guess. So they were honored guests. Not many Huana rose to distinction in Takoa. We were also curiosities. Even as we broke the same bread and tossed back the same wine, the Ranganui's friends always checked under the table to see if I had a tail. Kana thought it was hilarious.
Island Amwawas aren't that different from coastal Amwawas.
You're telling me. Growing up in the Ranganui shadow wasn't all bad. We had tutors and advisors at our disposal, and lots of folk from stranger parts than these. I spent my days learning to shoot, while my more academic siblings learned to express themselves. I leave you to judge who spent their time better.
You're one of Kana's siblings, aren't you? I do like that there's this callback to the game, even though he's only there for a brief time. I think that is kind of cool.
Sure am. that you two spent some time together. Funny how the gods toss things together. He came back from the Deerwood with his head full of stories about the Ingwithans. Used them to make an argument for our expansion into the north, and by the gods did people ever listen. He lost some of that childish glow, but the weird ideas stayed with him. You clearly had some sway on his opinions, more than I ever did. Wish you had told Kana to give up on the poetry. He's got no ear for it.
I did my best to help Kana find the meaning. Glad to hear he's making a difference. Take it easy on him.
No. As his sister, I'm supposed to catalog his missteps. I do with bullets what Kana did with words. Just in case you were wondering, the comparison ends there.
Ma tips her head and studies you to make sure the point came across. How did you and Ashiza first get acquainted?
I won a shooting competition at the Ranganui's estate. This was a few years before enlisting with the Navy. As a reward, he gave me the freedom of the Royal Eyrie and said I could take my pick of the warbirds.
Maya kneels and strokes under Ashiza's beak.
Stinkfeathers here kicked a rather pretty hawk off my arm so he could have me all to himself. Been inseparable ever since.
The game is Kana's fault. Should have killed him. Don't get my hopes up by saying that. It will happen at some point, I hope soon. Yeah. Yeah, before we get to Pillars of Eternity 3, let's first hope Avowed comes out sometime soon. It's rather disturbing that we got nothing all year. I mean, I assume they're not going to release anything in these last 2 weeks. Hello, Shiza. Woe's a good bird. The bird cocks his head, his eyes reflecting a mixture of friendly recognition and murderous calculation.
Uh-oh. That's his I'm hungry and you're wasting my time face. Better step back, Captain.
Let's be off. If I remember correctly, you can feed that freaking thing. So, let's see. Oh, here we go. AI behavior. Oh, it's AI is not active. That's interesting. Let's go with some AI. And here we go.
Coming is a favorable omen already.
The prince nods and crosses his arms, a self-satisfied smile on his lips. How's that?
You happen by a time when our rivals bicker and tear at each other's throats. I see the gods have sent us a rare gift wearing a familiar face.
Arui plants his hands on his hips and nods. Bow, honored to meet you.
Save your manners for my sister. Kohopa fashioned me for the arena, not the court. I will not paddle around the island. My sister wants to know if you are as useful as you are disruptive. She trusts me to judge this.
I'm waiting so hard for Assassin's Creed 6. I'm blind to anything else. Why are you looking forward to Assassin's Creed 6 so much? The only thing I heard said about Pillars of Eternity 3 is that they haven't forgot about it, want the world of it to grow, and some time to take place after events of this current Watcher. Nice. Well, at least they haven't forgot about it. That's nice. That Fires of the Rubicon was so hype. Fires of the Rubicon, what?
You did not come this far to serve the crown, I say. But sailing is an expensive hobby. Loyal service can keep your galley stocked.
Insight. Have any problems with loyalty lately?
Nekataka is a city of friends, I say. We exchange so much between districts.
His smile tightens into a hard line.
Even my sister's advisors dine at the officers' lounge and indulge at the wild mare.
Arui grimaces and looks away. I take it you prefer friends to remain close.
Here in Serpent's Crown, I can guarantee safety. But cavorting with outsiders, Akira, that is open water.
He opens his palms and sighs.
A helpful warning, Herald of Berith. From one friend to another.
Armored Core 6. There we go. I know nothing about Armored Core, but it definitely seems like some people are excited about it. So, happy for you all. I could use some extra coin to outfit the Defiant.
Akira, to patch a hull or stitch a sail is costly when supplies come from distant islands. The city has honest work for those in need, I say, and insists that everyone carry a heavy purse.
What kind of loyal service did you have in mind?
My sister keeps a tight grip on Nekataka, but the filth of it drips down her palm and into the gullet.
He opens his hand for emphasis and wipes it across his shoulder.
Under our noses, I say, Do foreigners smuggle contraband and pay the Raparu for their silence? Take this if you need proof.
He tosses you a silver medallion inscribed with Valian honorifics. History: a Valian envoy medallion. The Republic's reward these for exemplary service.
Akira, you are sharper than my guards for knowing this, I say. An envoy ship sank a day's voyage out of Nekataka. He wore that on his breast. My guards recovered it in a raid of the Gullet. This confirms my suspicion. Nekataka has a pirate problem.
Ariu's upper lip curls with distaste.
Smugglers and thieves cluster like rats in Delver's Row, a growth in the bowels of our city. I want someone to peddle the medallion to the black market, earn the trust of these pirates, and learn how supplies come into my city.
His gaze rises to meet yours, cold and calculating. To what end?
It will depend on what you find, I say.
Ariu folds his arms and scrutinizes the floor between his feet, deep in thought. He's telling the truth, but there's something more to it all the same, and he doesn't trust his face not to betray it.
Onikaza leaves this for me to handle. While she worries about the manor, I tidy up the basement.
Now tell me what you're holding back.
I say nothing gets past you. Is there any question why I want you for the job?
Arui chuckles to himself.
If we dealt only in pirates, then I would put a trusted agent in rags and send him down hiding in a food wagon. But Akira, I have reason to suspect our problem goes deeper than we know. For this, I want an expert. When you travel down the mountain, seek Takehu in Pariki's Overlook. He is a godlike, one who the people look to for hope.
The prince thumbs his chin and smiles.
Ngati's chosen knows of our troubles. He could also use a lesson in Raparu modesty.
Wana, doesn't Ngati's chosen mean he's kind of savior? Ngati is a Huana trickster goddess with a humanoid body and the head of an angler fish who is thought to lure mariners either into or out of trouble at her whim. They often worship her as Andra, making Huana the only people that believe Andra has a physical manifestation.
Akira, a kind of something.
Made 23 Armored Core games, then went cold turkey for 10 years. What's so great about the Armored Core games?
Takehu was touched by the goddess Ngati at birth. He is as much a creature of the sea as he is Hawana. We are left to interpret what the goddess intends by sending him among us.
Won't a godlock draw unnecessary attention?
Hawana look up to Ngati's chosen, even as he looks down on them. That sort of attention opens more doors than it closes, I say.
Never hurts to have a local guide. I'll find Takehu.
Akira, if I know Takehu, he is stirring tempers in the Water Shapers Guild. Be on your guard in the Gullet. I fear the caverns run deeper than even Ngati could guess.
The prince dismisses you with a nod. Oh, okay. So, wait. Actually, I haven't been here before, so I should look around here, right? So, what's here? Nothing from here. Anybody out here? Did I look at this? Water dances in graceful circles around this coral sculpture. Oh, weren't there I remember there were like little trainers you could talk to, right? You mean a tall, brown-haired man dressed in full plate mail. That might not normally catch your eye, but his mail is unusual, colored a deep green and emblazoned with the image of a golden tree. Hand on the pommel of his sword, he watches the crowd go by with keen eyes, relaxed yet fully alert. He narrows his eyes when he spots you.
What do you need of me?
He looks at you warily, as if he's deciding whether you are a snake that might bite.
Well?
Tell me about yourself. He is initially hesitant, unsure of your intent. Eyes narrowed, he sizes you up, then nods. Interesting armor you have there.
I suppose it is. Are you familiar with the shield bearers of St. Elka? We are a paladin order.
Shake your head.
The order began as guards for Elka, a noblewoman emissary of Kulkin, who bartered for peace with the kingdom of Vadir. The order's founders were forbidden to bring weapons to the meeting, and she was attacked. With only their shields to aid them, they fought off her attackers and brought her to safety. She later died of her wounds, and the shield bearers of St. Elka were born in her memory.
He clears his throat dramatically.
I am the son of a disgraced noble family. My father and brothers were executed for treason when I was a boy. Rightfully so, I must add. And my mother, sister, and I were thrown out on the street. All we had to our names was a trunk full of heirlooms. One of them was this suit of armor, which belonged to my eldest brother. Now I endeavor to live up to its promise and redeem my family's honor.
Yeesh, that's a lot to shoulder. They're very good mech games. Solid story, solid mechanics, solid all around, like some of the Gundam games. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's one of the best mecha games out there, and the level of customization you can put on your mech is ridiculous. You can make anything and it'll probably work. Okay, wow. So they actually have a story. It's not just throwing a bunch of robots together and letting them fight.
That's the long and short of it, really.
Tell me about yourself. Oh.
I suppose it is. Are you familiar with the shield? Word of our order travel. I am the son. All we had. That's the long and short of it.
Can you teach me what you've learned as members of the Shield Bearers?
Well, you would need to become a shield bearer yourself to really learn it all. I suppose I can teach you a thing or two as we stand here. The privilege will run you 3,000 copper, however.
No, I don't think so.
As you like.
And dialogue. Interesting. Makamara the Violent, beloved of Nangata. Panamau, bird scorn, greatest of explorers. Himunga Makapu, defender of his people. Spoke with the queen. When will she expel the foreigners? Never! Let's go across here. Plus, the gameplay made you feel like you're skilled when you win, suck when you lose. It was rare. Something just felt unfair. And if it was there, tended to be a part you could change out to rebalance. Interesting. So, great gameplay, and it was balanced very well. The wanted depiction of Hylia is almost menacing in its intensity. The rock is screeching of the birds in their cages is endless. Talk to him. The cartographer bites his thumbnail and mutters to himself. Though simple in construction, the sink is clean and tidy. Someone has finished off a quick meal here. All right, let's see what's on the upper floor. I personally made mechs so that the server couldn't keep up and put energy blades on it. It killed all my PvP opponents and story. I would just vanish on the enemy screen, then my opponent was dead. That's awesome. Dustin, what's going on, man? How are you? Boom, boom. And let's just close that door just to be sure we're okay. While Ryu's collection is impressive, few of the blades are actually sharp. Ooh, want a flag? I'll take that. I'll take that, and I'll take that. Oh, wait, what's that? Whatever creature these jaws belonged to was clearly massive.
You songwriters need a guild if you hope to learn discipline.
Not so.
Oh, there's a whole other part to this. Okay.
Your pretty dances may upset the puddle, but we command the wind.
That was the other side I could have come up from. The quiet gurgling of the fountain is a constant backdrop in this spacious chamber.
He smells one touched by the great eel, does Barati.
A sizable Amoir tilts his head up and looks down his nose at you, flaring his nostrils with hungry interest. Very much like what Dagon said, the only other game like it was the OG mech game Mech Warrior. No, narratively, you're usually a mercenary working for a bunch of distinct corporations. You choose what missions to go on. Some of your allies could even die and get replaced by new ones. Like you can kill one in a mission and he'll be replaced by a new mech with a totally new look and style. Wow, that's interesting. White Glint, for example. That does sound pretty cool. I might have to pay more attention to this when it gets closer to release date.
You are a man who sits across a fire with death. Akira?
The Pallid Knight and I are on familiar terms. Oh, actually, yeah, I've peered through the jaws of Tangelo a time or two, or three. He nods, clasping his hands with quiet delight.
For glutting mighty Tangaloa and hurling foes into their next life, Barati can offer payment. Coins for feeding hungry gods. Akira,
Akira.
Rewarding those who appease the great eel. This is Barati's cause. May the beasts of the dreaming lands never know famine.
Barati inclines his head and touches his brow, holding the pose with deep reverence. What bounties do you have available?
Tangaloa rolls a hungry eye toward Dichila, a Valian captain who scouts for luminous Adra in sacred lands.
Barati squeezes his knuckles until they are bone white. I'll take the bounty.
Akira. Tangaloa knew it would be so. Dichila sails her Voyager Alicio around the waters south of Nikitaka. The great eel hungers for her soul.
Barati touches his brow and inclines his head. Before I go, I had some questions.
Ask, but do not keep the great eel waiting.
Farewell. Apparently nothing to ask him. Oh, and we can go out here. Is this all the way? There we go. Did you arrive on the Defiant? What is this? Okay. Nothing stopping me from going in here.
I know just there we are.
Hey, potions. What pages lie strewn between the books holds a strange arrangement of letters, not all in the Iwana alphabet. They favor. You start as a mercenary style of telling. The more personal stories of Mech Warriors, say Mech Warrior 4 Vengeance, were really good. This kind of success hasn't been replicated again, though. Yeah, Armor Core 3 through 5 are connected. The final boss of Verdict Day, the kind of expansion of 5, is in White Glint, who dies in 4 Answer, who is you in AC4. Interesting. So the stories kind of connect over time, so they take it seriously. Okay. That might be a game that's worth me playing. We'll see. We shall see. And is this back downstairs? I think this is back downstairs. So this is outside Serpent's Crown. Here we go. Let's head out. Okay. Talk to the queen. Got Maya. We're going to go back to the first area so we can get Pallegina. But first I wanted to just check around here. Oh, wait. So there's an upper place. Oh, so yeah, we need to do that then. Damn, so this thing has 4 levels to it. Really, really cool. This is such an incredibly well-realized city. Like, they did a really, really good job. So this is downstairs, right? Kanga Palace, right? So what? And this is where I came in, right? Oh, wait. Here we go. That's where I came in. Here we go. This is where I can go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And it's so pretty. With the water stuff in the middle and her being surrounded by tigers, it's just all really, really cool. Motes of light darts through the winding streams of water like schools of fish. Such an excellent job done. It's very obvious when you encounter White Glint for the first time. This guy is way above your level and fights at the apex. White Glint's legacy is, like Dangon said, very interesting. Huh.
Did you detail the Watcher? What about me?
I may have told the company 1 or 2 choice details about you.
For real? You thought me worth noting in your politic papers?
Politic papers.
So you're flattered. Interesting. Guess I'll add that to the next report.
You find a young man with long blonde hair drawn back in a simple club. His clothes are spare but well tailored, and his armor, a fine brigandine in blue and silver, is polished to a shine. He leans casually to one side, a clean hand on his hip, and sighs, bored. His eyes light up when he sees you.
Hello there. Come to have a word? I don't bite, I promise. Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
Gladly, my friend. Gladly. And how kind of you to ask.
He clears his throat with a theatrical wave of his hand.
I am the youngest son of a noble house. Now, don't make that face. Poor, desperate fool, you must be thinking. Well, waste not your sympathies on me. Truly, I consider it a boon rather than a punishment. All the comfort and none of the responsibility. What's not to like about that?
What are you doing in the Deadfire then?
What else brings faraway travelers to the archipelago? Adventure. I've nursed a great love for heroic tales since my boyhood. As I was loafing about my father's estate, I thought, well, Gervard, isn't it time you made a name for yourself as well? So here I am. And though I dare say I'm little use in a fistfight, I can do a fair bit of magic and draw a lovely map. So I've taken to charting the interior wilderness of the Deadfire's larger islands.
That sounds dangerous in its own right.
Ah, but it's worth it for the stories I'll one day have to tell. But truly, if I could only inspire others as I myself have been inspired by those old tales, why, it would be marvelous. Anyway, enough of my prattling. Surely you've other things to do.
Can you teach me what you've learned in your adventures?
Oh, it would be my absolute pleasure. For a price, of course. 3,000 copper?
History and Arcana. Okay, no, I don't think so.
Well, I'll be here if you change your mind.
I think I'm a little short on money right now, so maybe I'll have enough money when I go sailing, kill some things, collect some bounties, and then on the next go around we can clean up some of these trainers. I don't remember. When you train, does it increase everybody's stats or just mine personally? Because obviously some of these skills I really don't specialize in. I'm going to have to respect my guy anyway, though, because the more I think about it, the more I'm probably going to role play this as a person who lies very rarely. And so having bluff as the main skill that I'm building up probably doesn't make much sense. But then again, of course, I'll respect myself, and then that'll be the time that I get a persuasion check that can only be done by somebody who's skilled in bluff. So maybe I should just leave it as is. What an unusual bird, I say. All right. Let's head out, go get Pallegina. Queen's birth. There was training in this game. It's been so long. Yeah, you could pay these people money and they'll increase your skills. I think they'll each increase 2 skills by 1, basically, is how it works. MechWarrior was at such cheese, though. MechWar MW Mercs 4, where half the pilots there were from Space Brooklyn. I won't deny that, but remember that game is as old as dirt. Forgive his limitations. All right, Pallegina, where are you, darling?
Aethys, light of spring.
It's weird that he's a named character, but you still can't talk to him.
Seek out his temple along the sacred stair, that thy path shall be made clear.
Where? Damn. I swear I thought she'd just be hanging around. Okay, so let's see. Ooh, so I'm nowhere near ready for Hasanago. That's great. Trade secrets. Locate Devil's Row. Herbound, Blooded Man down. Seattle Fort Deadlight. I'm ready for that. Okay, that's good. Pokahara. What's this in light? Hasanago. This is Pokahara. The hunt for Aethys. The Brass Empire. Lost Dues. Find the ancient temple near. Yep. Okay, I know how to do that. Go to Devil's Row. Learn about Tiaka. Yep. Talk to Luca. MW2 Mercs is still my fave. Good morning. Good morning. How's it feel to be strapped into a walking newt reactor at 6 a.m. Beach? Bet you are you didn't study art at school. Hey, Those cutscenes I still watch from time to time. Don't think of them as people, kid. Just think of them as lines on your resume. That's awesome. All right. My question is, track down the original expedition. The first step is sailing. My question is, where do I get Pallegina? Because they said they wanted me to have Pallegina. So wait. Maybe I just need to go to wherever they're located. They are... Which one are they? Valera? Oh, wait. This is it, right? Valiant Trading Company headquarters. This is probably where I can find her, right? Let's see. Did I do what I needed to for him?
Akira, you return.
Second thought, I'll return later. It is morning. Okay, fine. Bim, 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 bim. Oh, there we go. That makes sense, actually. Fine. Ba-boom.
Argo, Watcher. The Cantaniches is sent for me. It seems the Republics have need of me again, thanks to you.
Count of Nices, a title owned by Nero, son of the Duchess Sperinto. It is difficult to read her expression. The corners of her mouth briefly twitch into a smile, but there is worry in her eyes.
Do you have need of me?
I forgot. You could flirt with Pallegina, but there's no possibility of relationship. I will always have need of you, Pallegina.
Good.
She nods sharply and steps forward. Pure paladin. Absolutely pure paladin. Who am I going to get rid of? I'll get rid of Vala for now. You come in. Accept.
At your service, Watcher.
Okay. You got anything to say?
I would not have guessed I would find myself back with the Watcher of Kajnua, much less at the order of Akanta.
Her expression fluctuates between amusement and annoyance. We need a Shadowrun show. I'm really looking forward to playing those freaking games so I can understand the references y'all make. Moonlight, what's going on? How are you?
I know that you did not intend for misfortune to befall me, and I appreciate what you said in Queen's Birth. Perhaps this time will go better for both of us. You only have to ask.
Pallegina should be Paladin Bard, possibly the best healer in the game. Really? Interesting. What makes a Paladin Bard so powerful? Can you tell me more about what happened after we defeated Theos?
After we parted ways, I returned to the Republics and reported to the Duke's bells. I failed to complete my mission and had no excuses. The Republics had lost a golden opportunity to trade with the Glanfathens, and the Dukes were furious. They exiled me from the Brotherhood, scoured the suns from my breastplate, put me on a ship to raid Ceres. Diverus, I was lucky to escape with my life. I worked as a guard. Caravans, ships, wealthy merchants. I did not discriminate. After my exile, both my purpose and my pride were gone. The years have taken me from the eastern reach to the Deadfire. Some would say it is fate that has brought us together again, Watcher. But you must already know what I think. It is just luck. Time will tell if it is good or ill.
What's your opinion on what's happening with Aethys?
Whatever they are up to cannot be good for any of us. At their best, the gods are powerful children. At worst, they are little more than mad beasts taking out their anger on our world. I have little interest in distinguishing which type Aethys is.
How do you like the Deadfire so far?
Where I am assigned is of no concern to me. But I do think the Deadfire can be profitable for the Republics. If the Dukes need me here, I am glad to serve them.
How are you?
Good. I have no concerns, Watcher.
Way to ruin her life, you monster. I just convinced her to do the right thing. Come on now. Whatever happened with you and Maneha? Palagina slowly turns her head in your direction, eyebrows raised, inner eyelids nictating out and back. You and Maneha, you were together, weren't you?
Maneha was a good companion and a skilled warrior. But her imagination got the better of her. It appears to have gotten the better of you as well.
She runs her fingers along a wayward feather, pointing in an odd direction from her wrist, pressing it flush against her skin. Farewell. She would have helped you, your exile go a little better, ma'am. This guy is supposed to be here, right? That can help me. Pirate those be dealt, and they shouldn't bother Zamar, right? Navigate. Oh, since he has been thrown out, I can start by speaking with Luca inside the Valiant Trading Company offices. Right. Where is Luca? Why is Luca not here? I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be here. The guard nods polite greeting.
Welcome back. Governor Alvari will see you.
Whoa. And can't still. Well.
Welcome back. Is there
Go
ahead.
I already talked with her before. Oh, what is it you do here?
Ha! What don't I do?
She gestures to the papers upon her desk.
I tend to the day-to-day business of the Valiant Trading Company. Our negotiations, contracts, and so on. The director takes a broader view of the business. You might call him our navigator. He directs the company's ambitions in the Deadfire.
The combination of Paladin's single target healing and revive with the Bard's air effect healing revive, plus Bard having a renewable energy supply makes them super powerful, plus the utility from aural, summons, chants, overall great support. Interesting. Okay, I have to keep that in mind. Could you tell me a little about the Valiant Trading Company?
Well, the Valiant Trading Company has been here in Nekataka for many decades now. Its main interest is in the mining of luminous Adra, for which we have negotiated with numerous tribes for access to the Adra sites and, where possible, labor. The company also engages in more mundane lines of trade, of course. Ultimately, we are merchants.
What are your thoughts on animancy?
It is simple science. I was never of a scholarly disposition, but I recognize that animancy can be nearly as useful as a good caster. As with most fields of study, its merit depends on the mind pursuing it.
The Republics have the best minds in the world pursuing it, Mestre Alvari.
I have no more questions.
Very well. Anything else?
Leave. Farewell. Okay. I would like to know what I need to do to get him to pop up. Wait, I did look at his little contract, right? Quest items. Where's this contract? Valiant. Be known. Lord of Vari. Signature. Forged contract. Wax sealed letter. And now we got the envoy's badge. Right, that didn't change the quest at all. So here, let me leave out of here and see what happens if I come. If I fast forward to the morning and I come right in the morning, is that the problem? Ba-boom, 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 boom. So if I it's now midday. Wait. If I'm here right in the morning, what happens? Save here. Come on in. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Okay, for some reason he just wasn't going to show up before. The clerk busies himself about the room, favoring you with a brief glance. He rubs under his eyes and exhales through his nose.
Welcome back to the office, sir.
He bows to Palagina. She dips her head slightly in acknowledgement. Ado, A Valiant greeting.
If you or your friend have business with the company, I am disposed to listen.
Insight. Examine the clerk. Luca's shirt is spotted with a number of faded purple stains that you recognize as droplets of wine. Someone has tried, unsuccessfully, to wash them out. Noting your interest, Luca tugs his jacket closed.
The servants at the tavern are clumsy. Most clumsy indeed.
He clears his throat and fans at his neck. What is this place?
Stumbling from the street, I see.
Luca sneers and surveys you with a patronizing look.
This is the heart of the Valiant Trading Company. You would know that if you had a reason to be here. From her office, Governor Alvari carries out the will of the Songretta Mea Compresa.
Oh, right. My usual party is Eder as rogue fighter. I got that. Palagina as paladin bard. I don't have that, but I don't plan to have her in the party anyway. And Takahu as a pure druid and Maya as a ranger rogue. While my character is a cipher or as a shifter build. So my character's a cipher. I have Maya as pure ranger. And then I'm going to use Olive as pure wizard. And I have Shodi as pure cleric. Along, of course, with Eder as rogue fighter. I don't like having Palagina in the party because I'm not going to side with the Valiant Trading Company, and I've already screwed her over once, so it doesn't feel right to pull her around once again. And then Takahu, I don't like the whole way I want to do things. I don't like the whole structure of keep people on the bottom and all that. It doesn't appeal to me at all.
We clerks are the fingers of their long reach.
He clutches his hand over his heart and bows sharply. I spoke with Tawinu outside. You have a claim on his tribe's land?
A lawful claim, I might add. No matter what the native says to the contrary. He showed up with a forged contract, as if I wouldn't know the difference between our paperwork and theirs.
He gestures dismissively out the door.
Tawenu is lucky. I only seized the forgery. The Gullet is too good for his kind.
I'm trying to spare you a headache by getting this sad native. There must be some agreeable way to sort out Tawinu's problem.
Your villager friend would do well not to stand between the company and our prize. The company is allowed to solve problems as we see fit. And right now, Tawenu is a problem. Besides, lying is second nature to the Ranga heir and his ignorant cliente.
What is the purpose behind such a contract?
Simple enough. We take on the burden of caring for the tribe in exchange for luminous Adra rights. Tawenu is myopic if he thinks his tribe can thrive under Aranga in this climate.
Tawanu mentioned you were anxious about talking to him. Why?
The crown has been known to grimace at our client tribal privileges.
Uh-oh, did I click the wrong thing? He staples his fingers together and chooses his words with care.
We do not allow local trouble to stymie us so that Rawatai can steal an advantage.
Oh, no, that is it. Insight. You're ashamed of this practice and you don't want to admit it.
Tostenago, the company has every reason to congratulate itself. Now move along. I have larger matters to resolve than the fate of one insignificant island.
Come on now.
This room stifles already. Must you crowd it further?
About your problem with Tawinu.
This again? Precomplan, can it?
We're talking about the Duop homeland. This isn't right.
This is the homeland they signed away for money, Ak.
Pro-Wana. Maya sighs through her nose.
I can almost guarantee the company will put it to more dignified use.
Diplomacy. Keep negotiating like this, and you'll drive the Wana into the arms of the Royal Deadfire Company.
This is... Ak, true enough.
Pro-Wild Tie. My thumbs and shit nodding.
But breaking a contract for diplomacy's sake is simply not done.
Luca worries his brow. Diplomacy. The company loses nothing by letting go of an island they never had.
I would be remiss to uphold one contract to the detriment of our operation. Go on then. Some of us have more important duties.
And just like that. There we go. Olaf is great as a fighter wizard because there's a crystal spear spell that makes your attack's area of effect, including the one that knocks enemies down. Ooh. Also, Shorty's lantern and sickle are pretty much meant for multi-classing, as one recovers monk abilities and the other cleric abilities. I noticed that afterwards.
Just trying to cozy up to you.
But I want access to those late game cleric spells. I don't remember how good they are.
Target who he poops on? Because I got someone in mind.
This sounds like a story. Tell me everything.
Akira, you return. What say, friend?
Tuwenu touches his brow in greeting. Luca listened to reason. The Duape will keep their island.
Akira, I cannot believe.
A light
after our long sorrow.
His smile broadens and Tuwenu slaps your shoulder with encouragement. Maya rolls her eyes. Damn, she really doesn't like it when you help Hawana.
Valiant makes the work of conquering you people look easy.
Maya clucks her tongue and grins to herself.
Their words are poison, I say, as are yours. My village is modest, but I came prepared. I set aside a few gems for trading. They are yours by right.
No charge.
You are a friend of the Duape. We do not forget.
Tuwenu smiles, rolling his shoulder with the ease of one who stands suddenly taller. Interesting. Maya and Palagina both like that, huh? Wow. All right.
Come closer, Watcher. We should speak.
Yeah, who are you?
And here I thought Tuwenu would hold vigil on the company's stoop until the last shard of Adra was dredged up from the ruins of his village. Sometimes it pays to be wrong.
Someone had to step in and help.
Plenty of folk disagreed with you, it seems. I wonder, what makes you so different? The Valiant Trading Company is so fixated on incremental profits that by the time they make any real headway, Rawatai will own every island in all but name.
She shakes her head and sighs.
And the Hawana are so gullible that their loyalties will be spread across 500,000 contracts, and nothing but black powder will remind them who truly owns Deadfire.
This is why I love charismatic characters. You get so many fun and interesting choices when you're diplomatic. Doesn't matter if you're evil or good. Yep, I absolutely agree. It's interesting how you can carry one weapon through the full game. Not like most RPGs where you need a new weapon every chapter. Yeah, you can just continue upgrading her sickle and it's absolutely fine. Or you can switch it to something else if you prefer. It's completely up to you. I like it. I have found countless things hidden behind charisma-based barriers. Yeah, in most games, I always prefer to make sure I'm leveled up in persuasion or charisma so I can experience all the dialogue. My first Rogue Hammer playthrough, Rogue Trader playthrough will definitely be as someone who's more of a leader and skilled in fellowship and some of those other diplomacy-related things.
Stop by the Royal Deadfire District sometime. Rawatai needs men and women of action to represent our interests, and I can see a promising career for someone like you.
Interesting. That got their attention. Huh. All right. Next up. So wait. I broke up a fight. Oh, and now I can these people go back and forth fighting, right? So I can get started on that. Okay, right. I went upstairs in this place. I started a conversation with old boy, but I decided, you know what, let's wait until I have Palagina. Hopefully I don't lose too many points with Maya doing this. We'll see. Boom, boom. Yep, I went through all that. That's the vault. Definitely don't want to go there. Oh, whoops. Maybe it's the other one, actually. Let's find out.
Speak up.
Oh, here we go.
My business never sits still for long.
Insight and religion. You notice something unusual. Your attention is drawn to Izali's desk. Among the assorted ledgers and documents sits a brass seal, still dripping with heated wax. The drippings have dried into an almond-shaped pattern, which resembles the shape of an eye fringed with bird feathers. A nictating membrane flicks across its surface in a barely perceptible wink.
Are you still with me?
Izali breaks your focus by waving her hand in front of your face. She glances between you and her tidy desk, frowning. Point, your desk, the eye. She glances back at her desk again, this time with impatience.
I'd venture that you're working too hard.
Why are the Bardatos and Valera feuding?
Because we do not belong in the same business. The Valeras are opportunists reaping the rewards of happenstance. They're little better than the pirates they're charged with slaying.
My first Rogue Trader playthrough is going to be a full ladies party. That's awesome. That's awesome. Is there enough for that? I don't think you're going to unless they let you create mercenaries, which isn't guaranteed yet. I don't think you have enough because I think you get 5 party members, right? So you got the, well, you know what? Nah, yet I take that back. They haven't announced all the party members, so we'll see. Eyes winking. You're going to need that fellowship just to keep the crew together, not for just hidden things, I suspect. By the way, if you're looking for romance, the options are Takeu, Maya, or Shodi, and they are all bi. Also, you can pair Shodi with either Eder or Maya if you want. I'm trying to get Shodi and Eder to pair up, but I don't know. Eder's playing hard to get. Palagina cocks her feathered hand at Izali's words, but does not respond. Your family seems very well established here.
My bank shoulders the cost of the Valiant Trading Company's operations in the Deadfire. It is said that no Valian may wipe themselves unless Abardato's signature approves it first.
And I plan to romance Maya, so I'm going to side with the Royal Deadfire Company.
If that's true, we gotta stop shaking hands with them.
I'm certain you've touched worse, farmhand.
Zali's mouth twitches, just shy of a smirk. About this feud with the Valera family.
Fratello doesn't make my affairs any easier with his wayward ambitions.
Zali motions for you to continue. I had other questions.
More pleasant subjects, I hope.
You mentioned you had a job for me?
Queen's Beth whispers of a Valera plot against my family. Something grander than pointless duels. You are a newcomer to the Deadfire. Uniquely positioned to loosen Valera tongues.
She taps her chin and regards you thoughtfully.
Zilli Valera strums a lute by the watchtowers. A meek-tempered boy. Fonder of song and drink than the family business. He might spill something of his family's affairs.
Streetwise, put in a good word for me with the Valiant Trading Company and it's a deal.
I'll have it taken care of at once.
She dips a quill and makes a quick mark in one of her documents.
There. May it open doors for you. Try not to alert the Valeras of our knowledge. That is the point of involving an outside agent.
Farewell. Okay.
A moment of your time, Watcher. The Bardatos and Valeras may be at each other's throats, but both are vital to the company's strategy in the Deadfire.
I knew waiting for her was the right move.
The Bardatos are not on the company's board, but they are major investors in company operations. The Valeras keep pirates from sacking our ships. The company will tolerate some level of mischief and bloodshed, even murder between them. But not burning one family to the waterline. I will not tolerate it either. Is that clear?
I'll do my best to keep the peace.
Good. It may come to violence, but use restraint. A little spilled blood may cool passions on both sides, but it has a greater chance of inflaming them.
All right. Doom. Navigator, Elf Lady, Pirate Lady, and Gun Nun are the ladies we got so far, so no. Not enough for a party of 5, 6 with me, but hey, a girl can dream. We'll see. We'll see. I'm rooting for you. More ladies in the party always works for me, and I want more romance options anyway. Oh, wait. Let's go up. Let's go up. Because the other family should have a quest for me as well. Wait a minute. What? Wait. What's the problem here? Oh, do I need to go? I need to go lower. So it's these people down here. Ooh, no, I thought maybe not. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Drukhari. That's what I'm hoping for. I want more Xenos party members, to be honest with you. I'm hoping we get enough Xenos party members where I can have a completely Xenos party. That's the party that I want. I want a completely Xenos chaos party. If we do get a Drukhari, no way they will be in the same party as the elf lady. Why not? I thought they're all from like a similar background, right? I thought they're all offshoots from like the same source, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Or do all the different offshoots pretty much hate each other? But it'll be a male Drukhari. Maybe. I'm rooting for a female Drukhari or an orc freebooter and more personally. I'm wanting an orc as well. I'm a big fan of orcs. Big fan of orcs.
Am I supposed to play nanny?
There we go.
They listen to you, Martino. If you are not here to help, there is little left to say.
I have some questions.
And I must entertain them? Go on.
What do you bring to the Valera household?
Is drama an acceptable answer?
His grin widens.
I make sure the wine cellar is stocked, and that sons and daughters alike know how to carry a blade.
Farewell.
Ado, I hear you witnessed an unfortunate exchange behind the Adra mill.
Otello aims a troubled look at Martino.
You kept Laro and Orso from the beyond. We could use such a mediator. Martino has need of muscle and brains outside of the Valera house.
Otello frowns toward his son. I had some questions.
I will entertain your curiosity.
You have some kind of trouble with the family next door?
The Bardato Bank shuts us out of investments and stifles our finances. This is the richest prospect on Iora, but we cannot grow our family business.
Can't make coin at the expense of others? Now that's a crying shame.
The Necros are showing personality now in the lore. The total blind side is if one joins you. Man, Pascal would lose his binary mind at that. Are the mechs especially against the Necrons? And is it actually possible that we could have a Necron party member? Aldari and Drukhari worldviews are pretty much opposites. They really don't like each other. Okay. Eyes narrowed. The priestess crosses her arms over her chest.
If you know a better way of squeezing profit out of these islands, I'm open to hearing it. Azali is a rich thug, and someday she will get what's coming to her.
You mentioned something about a job?
Let me take point on this one, Father.
Martino pats Otello on the back and turns to you with a more severe, businesslike expression.
Some royal Deadfire crews have lately taken to pirate hunting. One such crew has been boasting of their victories near the Wild Mare, singing their Rauatai songs and making our clients anxious. Perhaps you've heard a few.
Martino looks at Maya, his crooked smile going flinty at the edges.
If songs make you people anxious, I can't wait for our next battle.
Hunting Principe dogs is our business. With all these problems with the Bardatos, now is not the time for competition from the Brass Citadel. It would be better if they took their business elsewhere.
When Otello isn't looking, Martino draws his thumb across his throat.
Very subtle, Martino. I see now why your family is doing so well.
Maya folds her arms. Insight. I'll do it, but I want the Valiant Trading Company to know I was helpful.
Was that not implied? Akosi, consider it done. Come back when the Rauatai dogs have been dispatched, dismissed, or dismembered.
Martino makes a pistol-firing gesture with his fingers and winks. All right. So we do jobs for both of them. Els got almost wiped by a Slanesh. Drukhari decided, what if we decide to murder, torture, and rape without killing everything so Slanesh doesn't do that to us? So now everyone hates them. Interesting. Oh, so they went the psycho route once that happened. So then wait, but what is... For the Aldari, what's their perspective on how to deal with what Slanesh has done? Okay. Old boy is supposed to be by the watchtower, right?
Gon's sickle comes for us all, yet his light shines brightest for those who embrace him.
Kima. Bam, 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 bam. Nope. Oops. Nope, not there either. Nope, not there either. Cobbler. We talked to you, right?
Whoever said a good pair of boots will...
No. And Zilli Valera. There we go. Necrons are literally super tier xenotech heretic. He would want to destroy him, and if he couldn't take him apart to learn how they work and fail. Necrons are incredibly advanced. Necrons pretty much view humans as cavemen, and they're kind of right. So one to lower themselves to serve you would be weird. Interesting. Aldari decided to give up all that debauchery and hedonism and keep themselves away from Slaanesh's attention. The Aldari control their emotions to an extreme, nourish their souls. Then when they die, well, I won't spoil that. Interesting. So Aldari use soul stones and psychers and do this abstinence monk lifestyle so Slaanesh doesn't get their souls. But when they die, they get trapped in a stone. Huh. Interesting. This young man appears either to be composing or practicing a tune on his lute. He stops mid-strum, looking up at you with a friendly expression.
Apologies, Lord, if I intrude upon your peace. Inspiration eludes me still. If you are after some scenery, I suggest the far end of the bridge. It smells better when the wind blows in from the sea, of course.
Huh. I had some questions.
Oh, sure. What about?
Your family's been having trouble with the Bardados, right?
Guess that means you've spent at least an hour or two in town.
Zilli sighs. Streetwise, smart. Better stay out of what doesn't concern you.
Maybe. I don't know. I just don't have a mind for strategy.
He balances his lute on his hip and sighs.
Whatever Persa's cooking up, it's only going to make things worse.
Persa?
I caught cousin Persa running her mouth off about the job Belder got her involved in. Persa's been spending time in the Gullet, in the tavern down there. Maybe she could tell you more. Sorry. I guess you got a mouthful, huh? I really ought to get back to my lute.
Nice. Okay. That's interesting.
Like I said, Persa's
so if you do that, you can't use him to distract the Warrowtie soldiers. All right. Worst problems to have. Let's see.
Sing us anything but the Naga's nethers, won't you?
Can I? Oh, cool. I can get in here without having to go in the tavern. Awesome. Shrimp. I wonder if Maya can help with this.
Maya Rua?
The sailor's eyes bulge. He prods his cohorts with an elbow and a shush. They all stand at attention. The most basic Necron weapon flays people at the atomic level. The most basic one. Think about that. Let them find out the rest like they got. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So Necrons are considered way, way advanced. Well, those will probably be difficult fights. I never faced Necrons when I'm playing the alpha, but I haven't finished the alpha, so maybe they are out there somewhere.
Didn't think I'd find you in Queen's Birth, did you? At ease, soldier.
Maya claps her hands and squares her stance.
Apologies, ma'am. We promised to behave this time.
Swallowing, he looks over to you and nods.
Defiance Bay, am I right?
The sizable Amwawa smiles and claps you on the shoulder. Hard. Who are you again?
I was but a face in the crowd, but I remember the one who walked out of Hadron House alive.
He claps you on the shoulder again, harder, and this time you recognize inebriation behind his enthusiasm.
To Takoa. May our enemies crumple under cannon shot.
Maya winks at the sailors and raises a fist.
To the motherland!
The sailor tosses back a tankard and wipes his mouth with the back of his sleeve. What are you doing?
Captain gave us extra coin to occupy ourselves while we're on leave. We've been draining Valian wine cellars and trying to remember the words of Rauatai anthems, loudly as often as not.
He turns to his compatriots with unrestrained glee. I'm going to need you and your friends to clear out.
I do not understand. We have done nothing wrong.
The sailor looks from his fellows back to you with a mixture of hurt and confusion. There's a musician playing his lute by the bridge. Best songs in the district. At first, the sailor looks like he's going to fire back with harsh language, but his expression softens.
Wonder if he plays any Rawatai songs. Come on, boys. Let's get out of here.
He gestures with a jerk of his hand. Nice. Okay, so we were able to still use them. That works out nicely. Okay, now let's head over to that tavern. Necron flayed ones are cool. I like the new Necron lore a lot, but the older designs work better for me. Why do you prefer the older designs? Really, out of factions, the worst two things you can fight one-on-one is a Space Marine and a Necron. Oh, so are Space Marines considered on par with Necrons then, despite the difference in technology? The Necrons are everything the Chaos guys don't want to happen. They fear them for good reason. They try to destroy them whenever they can.
Bee did right leaving the Gullet. She
But
went and did what she needed.
the Necrons are hard to find or obliterate their servants. Interesting. So the Necrons, they're not really like an invading force. They're not out and about. They're kind of hiding and using, what am I thinking of? Basically sneaking around to do the things that they need to do. I thought they'd be front and center since their technology is so overwhelming. An armored man stands by the far wall, observing a more lightly clothed woman as she busies herself with a handful of wires. The room falls silent, and you find yourself the center of attention.
Bayer, I don't know this one.
She nods toward you.
We ask not to be disturbed. What are you doing here?
He grips his weapon and studies you closely. Combining perception with insight. Aren't you one of Bardado's guards?
Well, that's the end of subtlety.
Bear readies his weapon, his features hardening in a resolute expression.
You told me you weren't followed.
Quetzali can't know that I was here. Bad news for our new friend.
He clenches his jaw and advances. Bear hefts his weapon to square off with you while Persa scrambles for cover. And here we go. Boom, boom, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum.
That must have hurt.
It absolutely must hurt. And there we go. Hey. Boom. Whoa. Why'd she say give me a hand? Oh, shit. Oh, that's Shiza. Interesting. Getting destroyed right now. And nope. Bap, 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 bap. And there we go. Feel like they are more concerned about the Catan. The old Necron lore was just mindless killing machines. Didn't have the fun, crazy lords leading them, but the older designs are cleaner and, in my opinion, more imposing than the new ones. Interesting. They sleep only to awaken when disturbed. It's tricky. A Necron warrior isn't really smart or fast, just durable, powerful, and they can self-repair. A Space Marine is better all-around killer. Why would a single dude pull a weapon on a full party of fully armed people? Well, look, he had a whole bunch of people with him. He wasn't alone. He figured they had enough, but that was not the case. That was not the case. Save here, Persa.
You killed him. Let me go, and I won't say a word about what happened here.
Persa's voice quavers fearfully, and she's rooted to the spot as if paralyzed.
She has little to gain and much to lose from crossing you. Show mercy, Watcher.
Indeed, they're gone, but the Katana are having it rough themselves. They are kind of off screen right now, hence the free will. I like how some of the societies of Warhammer actually...
Yes, Percom Blanca. Show mercy. The Bardatos sent you, right?
No need to kill me over a family tiff, eh?
Got the whole stemming chaos thing right. Can chaos gods be destroyed? Streetwise, relax. What's your part in the Bardado job? You're clearly not muscle.
I just check for traps. Belder and her crew are the vault crackers, not my line of work. This job? I'm out. It never happened.
She slaps her palms in a dismissive fashion and holds them out to you.
Belder's plan was for everyone to converge on the Bardato vault. You won't find me anywhere near the Bardato fortune. Can we agree that that's worth sparing my life?
Get out of here.
I think that would be best as well. Consider me gone.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bam, 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 bam. Bum, bum, bum. People freeze up because there's a 7-foot-tall, 1-ton guy running at you with blazing speed. Yeah, I can see how that would be terrifying. Not a preferable situation at all. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Now we've gotten both quests done. Let's go ahead and head back. The Sacred Stair, where a quest is? I think it is. Yes, Chaos Gods can be killed, but to do so is impossible currently. Interesting. Not really. Chaos Gods and Daemons are basically people's thoughts and feelings given shape in the warp. So if that's the case, Chaos Gods really don't feel fear then, right?
Briefly, it didn't go.
Kana always seemed agreeable to me.
Hey.
Oh, you weren't there for the White Flood. Ishi can purge his whole intestine at once if he's feeling ornery. I never wore that hat again.
Hilarious. They can technically, but not the way you think. Think you can starve them to the point they go dormant. That was the Emperor's plan. You saw how that went when the gods found out that that was the case. The Necrons had the same plan. Interesting. Interesting. Scribe.
You're looking prettier than when you left or so.
Merla, cut it out. You're gonna make a habit of turning up.
Oh, this is the one where you... Wait. Can we do...
Still as a pond.
Yeah. Thank you. Excellent. Is there still a guard standing over here? Yeah, there is. Oh, well. The Emperor might be able to kill a Chaos God if he puts all his effort towards it, but it isn't something a person can even conceive of doing. Chaos Gods and Daemons are a manifestation of emotions or ideas.
I'll take care of this.
I no longer hear the perverted anthems of Rawatai echoing across Queen's Birth.
Martino nods with cautious approval. The real Deadfire Company sailors are gone.
And Zili has a new audience. Clever.
He unceremoniously tosses you a sack of coins, his interest already elsewhere.
Stick with me and you'll be on the winning side when the dust settles.
He favors you with a grin. Infighting only strengthens the Royal Deadfire Company.
Merla, you and my father are too alike. Go on. I'm still waiting on word for the next job. You have a few days to decide where your loyalties lie.
Adu, what brings you to the whole of the Valeres?
I want to talk about the Bardatos.
If we must. What is it?
I think your family should consider a truce.
Shodari. Our disagreements are beyond the point of shaking hands.
Shotery, a Valian term for nonsense.
This is not your feud. If anything, I question your interest.
Diplomacy, you're a businessman. You would know if my investment was false.
You have little to gain by peace between our families, but you speak as if you might.
Well, Necrons can't feel or think, most of them anyway. So if Necrons take over the galaxy, the gods will go dormant or super weak. Oh, got you. That's why they fear the Necrons. Matt, what's going on? Glad you're able to make the stream. Hi, love your videos. You made me want to go back and finish this game. Awesome. It's a great game, man. If you haven't finished it, you definitely should go ahead. Dang on, what chaos is really metaphysical. It's not like Pathfinder, where it's a creature you can stab to death. Apparently, Emperor's Sword can kill one, though, at least in theory. The Necrons purposefully mutilated their whole race's souls, making them immune to a lot of what chaos can do. Wow. So does that mean the Necrons... So the Necrons do not predate the Chaos Gods, right? Because I thought there was supposed to be a time where the Chaos Gods didn't really exist. So they don't go that far back. Poor Emperor. He's busy in that chair, though.
You want to help? Convince Azali to negotiate. She ignores my invitations. Until then, leave me be.
Otello turns away from you, intent on focusing anywhere else. Bam, 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 bam. Something happened in Dark Imperium that makes me say that. Really, something really big, and I'm not spoiling it. I'm going to have to end up reading about all this stuff anyway, because I'm going to have to do content for the game. I'm going to have to end up doing lore videos saying, hey, here's why the Emperor is important. Hey, here's why Necrons are important. So it's not like I won't find this stuff out until the game comes out. Like, no, I have to do research and make videos about it over and over again, just like I did for Pathfinder.
My intelligence speaks of agitated whispers in the Valera household.
Azali sets aside her paperwork and glances your way. I want to talk about the Valera plot against your house.
Have on then, and don't leave me in suspense.
Bear, one of your guards, conspired with the Valeras to rob your vault. A sickle of a smile spreads from cheek to cheek.
Now we know enough to sidestep this particular trap. Here, your deserving pay.
She sets a bag of coins up on the desk.
I suggest we allow this heist to play out as intended. We will watch as our enemies walk into a trap. This will be the end of the Valera's short, ignoble reign in high society.
Just talk to Otello. It's not too late to solve this peacefully.
It most decidedly is. I have no use for a faint heart. Find me when you come to your senses.
Uh-oh, did I screw it up somehow?
Speak up. My business
about
never
this
sits
feud with the
still.
Valera family.
Otello doesn't make my affairs any easier with his wayward ambitions.
Azali motions for you to continue. I spoke to Otello Valera. He's ready to negotiate if you're willing to meet at his estate.
His brood threatens open bloodshed in the streets, and he thinks...
Azali stops herself, taking a breath. They are super ancient, but I would have to scour the text to confirm that one. I will take that, and I appreciate it. Chaos Gods exist since Warhammer Classic, which was like 40,000 years back. I don't know exact numbers, but they go way back. The only exception being Slanesh. Interesting. Luis, what's going on, man? Glad you had to make the stream. It is 2 in the morning where I'm at, so I'm probably going to stream for about another 30 minutes, and then it'll be time to finally go to bed. You know, as far as I know, the Chaos Gods were there with the old ones, and they predate the Necrons. Spread to the chief for a moment. I thought something dirty. You all have inspired me to finally do a playthrough of this. Been sitting in my Steam library forever. Awesome, Gene. Glad to hear it. I hope you end up enjoying the game. At the very least, Chaos Gods have been around for 59 million years.
Delusional little snake. Fine. But you can assure him that I won't be alone. Go on then. Let him know before I change my mind.
I don't have the option to just go over there with her. God dog it. Oops. No, don't go in the vault. Something tells me she ain't going to appreciate that. There we go. Yeah, this game is well worth finishing. The journey is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Especially from a production value standpoint, this game is a significant step up from the original. There we go. In here. Back upstairs. Oh, Gene wasn't inspired to play this game because of our lore conversations. Otherwise, they would be disappointed. Unless yet, it's only what 15,000 years or so. Is there like a power hierarchy with the Chaos Gods? Like, since Slanesh is young, is it considered one of the less powerful ones, or that's not really how it works?
Face to the Valera halls, and aren't we all so excited to see you?
Martina Valera grins from ear to ear.
And one of the locals to boot. Won't this be educational? Stepping in the path of a jewel is a good way to get yourself in trouble.
His brow rises with interest.
Speaking of trouble, better to let things run their course in the future. Water under the bridge. You wish to speak?
Farewell.
Ado, what brings you to the Hall of the Valeras?
Attila opens his palm. Azella has agreed to meet and discuss terms of peace.
You really managed to convince that stubborn Pugra to show up.
Pugra, the corrupted form of a Delengan. Pugra are often hateful and vindictive over the corruption of their habitat and will lash out at anyone who they perceive as spreading disorder to nature. Interesting. I remember this because of high diplomacy check for some reason. Played this game for like 70 hours and still haven't finished. Yeah, it's a long game. It is definitely no punk to be able to finish it, actually. I like the class combo talk. Difficult question to answer. There's a hierarchy, but it fluctuates constantly, so I would say it doesn't matter. So that's just young, but they represent excess like gluttony, greed, lust, and that is very much present in the 40K universe. So Slanesh is not weak at all. Interesting.
I'll make sure the estate is prepared to receive her, then.
Let's begin the negotiations.
I will send a messenger to fetch Azali. Whether she is still receptive to the idea of a truce is ultimately up to her.
We'll see you're into chaos, then knock yourself out with that Gordian knot. If you look up the Chaos God's great game, then you will learn a great deal more. Great game. Chaos Gods, great game. Warhammer, great game. Okay, I can look at this tomorrow when I'm actually fully awake. Bardado and Valera representatives stand arrayed around the dining table, wearing expressions of anxiety and resentment. The temperature of the room suggests no more enmity than when the discussion began. Oh, I use it for demons and gods. That's what they refer to in the books. Are there mods for Deadfire? I didn't even bother looking up to see. I assume there are. Diplomacy. If we could open by defining each of your grievances and demands. Before you can finish your sentence, Otello cuts you off with a hard wave of his hand.
You run your bank like a crime syndicate. Some of us struggled to tell the difference.
Otello points an accusing finger across the table.
We can take it up with the director anytime you feel like explaining why your children are intimidating my merchants.
Azali opens her palms, in every way composed. She glances over at you and her mouth turns downward.
I see our would-be mediator has arrived. Well, we're here. I hope this wasn't some elaborate, ill-advised jest.
Oh, so it was a chaos war called the Great Game. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I look forward to reading about that.
I would not willingly welcome a Bardato beneath my roof for the sake of a jest.
Diplomacy. Please, let's try not to sabotage this from the outset.
As long as the Valera remembers his place, we shouldn't have any problems.
My place is in the dueling ring. Care to let the gods decide, Lady Bardato?
Martino licks his lips and fingers the palm of his rapier.
Quiet, Martino. Watcher, now would be the time to lay out your reasoning.
With an open palm, he gestures for you to continue. Diplomacy. I've made allies of former enemies before. I think we can all pull together into a stronger force.
Ak, raise the stir in the White March Mountains. The same could be done here.
He knows about the White March.
A force? Watcher? To what end?
The expansion of trade and progress in the region.
A worthy ambition.
Azali and Otello exchange glances. Otello, you let your children last out of the Bardatos. What's your goal? You were a gold pack knight once, weren't you, Azali?
Once you owned the castle, things change.
Oh, I can intimidate? Enough. Your war silences the table. Even Martino blinks at you. Let's negotiate this like any business proposition. What do you want?
If we're speaking in those terms, it would be enough to be permitted to do business in Neketaka. We need not cross paths.
Artello speaks as if he expects the proposal to be rejected outright. Azali drums her fingers lightly against her scabbard.
I want the Principe out of the trade lanes.
What?
Half of this month's shipments are missing. I'll give you coin and crew for 5 ships to earn back my investment.
She opens her palms and awaits his response.
6 ships. With 6, I will drive the Principe from these waters like rats from a fire.
Artello strains his spine and nods with confidence.
6 ships. I believe we just made a deal, Valera.
Then it's settled?
Artello sounds bewildered by his own words.
So it seems. For the time being.
Azali shrugs.
Time will tell if this arrangement is a favorable one. My hosts, you'll excuse me if I return home.
She inclines her head, favoring you with a bemused look on her way out. Very nice. Very, very nice. Another reason why Damon's art it's to me. I stopped a little while after this part, but it was so long ago that I forgot most of it. Yeah, I remember this being a... Ooh, look at that. Levels up for everybody. Isn't that nice? Yeah, I remember this being a super difficult, super long game to play, rather. But well worth it. A really great ride. So looking forward to getting through this. Still figuring out what our next game is going to be, but I think I might know. Do I have any more quests from him?
I am coming. My back.
The other dude go in here? Yeah, he's in here.
Good night, Watcher. We can speak in the morning.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I didn't realize this. Oh, no, it is morning. Come on, dude. All right. So I guess I'm through with him then. And Palagina didn't even get any, I didn't even get any reputation points from Palagina for this. Whack. Whack. You would think that she would say something. Whatever. All right. Next, let's go back up to the place where the Valiant Company has their little outpost, because maybe Palagina would be more impressed by what we do there. Here, actually, let's check the reputation. Palagina steals 0. No charge. No charge. Someone, yeah, duty. I'll do my best to keep the peace. That's all I got. That little small thing from all that work I did to get those Valiant. You got to be kidding me. Palagina. I remember her being very difficult to get more reputation with. All right, whatever. Guess that's another way to kill chaos. Let one win the great game, and then everyone will die. Let's see, the Gullet. No, we want to go to Sacred Stair, right? I thought, nope, it won't let me do it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I should check if there's a mod to it. Lennon, what's going on? How are you? Maybe I should check if there's a mod to enable romance with the new Blood Principe leader. That would be pretty cool. But it probably wouldn't have her voice acting. And Spire Soul Seers. Here we go.
Could I have a moment of your time?
Of course.
I know someone who works in this tower. An animancer named Giacomo. I'd like to see him if we could.
I don't see why not.
Agressima. It should not take long. I have not seen him in many years, and I wanted to thank him.
You feeling all right, Pelagina? You sure you don't mean yell at him?
Well, you did ruin her life. She wasn't impressed by your self-esteem. I didn't ruin her life, right? She made a decision. Okay, I told her that I agreed and thought, hey, this is a good decision. But at the end of the day, she made the decision. It's not like I forced her. Come on now. I'm doing fine. It's 5 a.m. where I live. I just woke up. It's 2 a.m. where I am. I'm about to go to sleep soon. You get a ton of rep of Pelagina if you pick the right options here. Hey, looking forward to that.
When I was a girl, he visited me in the academy. He was studying godlike. Studying what was in our souls that made us different from other kith. He found something in me. Something that resonated like a chime when he held an instrument near me. He said it was like this for all godlike. Different chimes resonating for different types.
Tap your chest. Sounds familiar.
But you are not godlike.
She narrows her eyes and twists her lips as she considers your meaning. It's something Barath gave me when I was in the beyond. She scrutinizes you, trying to determine your meaning. After a pause, she nods and continues.
In any case, he told me it was what was causing my body to change. I begged him to remove it. He refused at first, saying it was impossible. When I told him I would kill myself if he didn't, he said he would try.
Whenever someone says I'm doing X, my instinct is to say, hi guys, I'm X. Wow. It's 5:13 right now. I should sleep. Yeah, I know the feeling. Have you watched Boondocks? Yeah. Love Boondocks. In fact, if I remember correctly, isn't Magruder back trying to work on another season? I seem to remember they released like a final season without him, and it was terrible without his influence. So hopefully he's back for real. But of course, it wouldn't be the same without the grandpa dude. Like, it wouldn't be the same without his voice acting.
You'd really have done that? Or were you just saying it? Some Valians, that's just how they make their point.
I don't expect you to understand, but I was 12. My body was changing in many ways. Being the only girl, the only godlike girl at the academy, was unbearable.
You don't have to justify anything to me, Pelagina.
Agressima.
She smiles warmly at you.
Giacomo was not able to remove the chime, but he was able to sever it. When it happened, I blacked out. I did not wake for 2 weeks.
There's so many social things that Boondocks pointed out that have just proven to be true time and time again. Like everything they said about R. Kelly, everything they said about Tyler Perry, so many situations that they brought up that makes it easy for you to pull those clips again and see this stuff resonates just as well even now. Just a great, great series.
The Brotherhood ejected him from the academy for ruining their pet godlike. They assumed I would die. I did not. Over time, I lost most of my feathers. The shape of my nose changed. It was not enough to make me fully Kalbandra, but it was enough to keep me from wanting to die. When I looked in a mirror, what I saw was not a godlike. Not something to be paraded around. It was me. Finally.
It smiles seductively. I'm glad someone was able to help you. She smiles warmly and breathes deeply.
Jacques saved me. Without his help, I would be dead now. Thank you for understanding. If we can speak to him for a moment in the tower, I would be grateful.
Absolutely. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. The R. Kelly episode is great. The "it could be any R. Kelly" scene still kills me and my brother. I love it. I love it. I don't think even they could predict Kanye. I mean, look, the Kanye stuff is just, it's hard. For me personally, it's hard to watch somebody self-destruct, especially to watch them self-destruct when they were so high. Like, you were worth $1 billion, dude. And now you're worth like what, 200 million? And you got to pay your wife like what, 100 million a month or something ridiculous? Just insanity, pure insanity. Why would you do this to yourself? Thick treatises on a variety of animancy related topics clutter the desk. The ledger contains a meticulously logged list of names, dates, and measurements. Not even Kanye predicted Kanye. Hey, since you are reading messages, just want you to know, been following your channel for a while. This is the first day I talk. I hope your channel breaks out. Amazing CRPG content. Keep it up. Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've really come to love this process of being a part of YouTube. It really makes me feel creative. And to be honest, I've never felt like a creative person before. So I definitely plan to continue this next year. Looking forward to more great CRPGs coming out. Baldur's Gate 3. Hopefully we're going to get Avowed. Rogue Trader will also hopefully be coming out. I think it's going to be a great year for RPGs and hopefully CRPGs as well. So I definitely plan to be here, and I'm hoping to see a lot more growth. We just hit 11,000 subscribers, and my personal goal for next year is I'm going to shoot for 20K. I don't know if we'll reach it, but I'm definitely going to be pushing and trying to grow the channel as much as I can. So appreciate it. Glad you've been enjoying the content. At that. Yeah. And Rooftop. Hopefully I get this right. And she gains reputation the way she's supposed to. Looking forward to your playthroughs. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Princess. Yeah. Looking forward to playing a lot more. It could be interesting to explore. SO, what's going on? How are you? To explore orphanage art with the grandfather gone. Hope that's not too dark. Huey being a genius and Riley being, well, Riley. I agree with you. Thank you. Thank you. Glad you've been enjoying the content. You know, I didn't even think about that, but that would be fascinating. And it would be super dark, but I mean, I don't feel like Boondocks ever had an issue being dark. So, yeah, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. Cadman. Wow. I forgot he's here. Flame Attack. The hum of the machine dips into a lower tone whenever someone stands within arm's reach. Who's Flame Attack? You know what I never use? Those things that boost your skills. What things you talking about? Any chance of an Age of Decadence playthrough? I definitely plan to play it, but I don't know if it's good to stream. Do you feel like it's a good game to stream? Oh, this is the vampire chick, right? A steady white-haired elf frowns down at a table covered in coiled copper wires and glimmering shards of Adra. Her gloved hands smooth her well-tailored veiling coat as she mumbles under her breath. Apparently absorbed in her work, the Animancer doesn't acknowledge your presence. Honestly, your channel's engagement is pretty great. You get an average of 2,500 views on your videos on a 10,000 sub. That's 25%. Bigger channels would kill for that. I'm trying. I'm trying to make it happen. Yeah. You know, it's hard as a content creator week to week to figure out, okay, what can I do to that my channel would actually enjoy. So it's nice when you have a whole series of videos that okay, every time I drop this is going to hit. And it's been proven that a lot of people really enjoy the channel ranking series. So it's like, I've had this stretch now where I knew, okay, if nothing else, I can drop these videos and I know they're going to do well. Now, once that is all finished, I don't know where I'm going to go, but it's been nice at least to have this time where I know, okay, this is going to hit. It'll be also cool when we get closer to Rogue Trader release, or at least when the beta comes out, when hopefully more people are interested, because like I've dropped Rogue Trader videos, but of course I missed the boat on it when it first dropped. But even if I did, when I looked around at some of the other channels and seen their numbers, I could tell there's not really that much buzz about Rogue Trader just yet. So hopefully as we get closer, the beta releases, they release more marketing, then there will be a greater appetite for those videos, because I really, really want to dig into more Warhammer stuff, to be honest with you. That'll probably be the next thing that I'm really focusing on. Never know when to drop the diplomacy ones. Also, did you ever check out Carmen Rider? I don't remember us having a conversation about Carmen Rider. What is that? Hold on. Oh, is that the anime? Carmen Rider, also known as Mass Rider series. Is a Japanese series, medical friend. Oh, yeah. Nope. I have not checked that out yet. I've had 0 extra time so far. Like all of my extra time outside of my job has either been my family or my content creation. Family or content creation. So at some point next year, probably in like late January, I'm going to move to a new release schedule where I'm dropping videos like once or twice a week instead of the schedule I've been on now where I'm dropping videos every single freaking day, because that's going to give me more space to be able to actually play games. I'm actually only playing games when I live stream now. Like, I don't get to just sit back and play games on my own, and I'd really like to be able to get back to that. So once I've moved to that schedule, then I'll have more time to play different games, look at different stuff, and kind of expand what I'm doing for leisure as opposed to the ripping and running way it's been for right now. Yeah, when pretty sure she has been made a full party member. Yeah, you can recruit her, but I don't think she has the backstory the way the other full party members do. Like those allures and whatnot that gives plus to diplomacy or mechanics, whatever. Oh, yeah. Adult Power Rangers. Now I remember we had that conversation. Yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Seems to me that Wrath of Rights is built over time. Didn't seem as big at launch as it does now. Rogue Trader might be the same. That's true, and to be honest with you, I kind of play the long game when it comes to my content. So I don't say, okay, well, how many people are interested right now? I say, all right, long term, is this like evergreen content? Like, is this something I can create where I feel like there's a reasonable chance people might want to come back to this and look at it? Like, I felt good about doing the series ranking all the different classes, because even though the game has been out for over a year now, I know anybody who plays it is going to want to have some information about the classes. So I feel like that's evergreen content. And I feel the same way about the Road Trader stuff. Sooner or later, there will be more interest. And when that happens, people will come back and they'll be checking out my channel. Honestly, when I first started my channel, like my whole purpose, I funneled into basically, I want to be the Pathfinder King. I don't care if anybody's looking at my videos right now. When the game drops in September, like I started basically in February. From February to September, I'm like, I want to release enough content. When that game drops and people are looking it up on YouTube, you just have to see my channel. Like, it's completely impossible to ignore my channel. Like, that's the way I thought about it. And that's kind of the way I still think about this stuff. Like, that's the way I'm going to approach Road Trader. Like, I want to flood the market, but I also want to make evergreen content. Seems to me, honestly, I think Space Marine 2 and Dark Tide is overshadowing 40K content at the moment. And I think those are both first-person shooters, so not really my thing, but otherwise I would be jumping on that. When you check out Kamen Rider, start with Kamen Rider Black. It's so good, and then it's tragic. Okay, sounds like a plan. CRPGs really seem to have longer-lasting interest in other genres, so playing the long game makes sense to me. I think it's because the audience is older, which is also the reason why I like gearing my channel around CRPGs. I don't want a bunch of little 14-year-old kids with a bunch of infantile personalities littering my channel and causing a bunch of infantile conversations. I like the way my channel is. The vast majority of us are adults. And when I talk about adult things, like, everybody understands. So that's definitely the way I prefer it. Dark Tide just dropping this more wide appeal, and Space Marine is AAA hack and slash. Some CRPG by a small company is going to be hard to have a voice in that. Yeah, I figured. That's fine. That's fine. Over time, it'll get the attention that I wanted to. Pathfinder King. That's what I was going for. I tried. I'm really proud of my work. I don't know if I really became a Pathfinder King, but I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud of the content I was able to put out. Honestly, your class reviews are useful even for Pathfinder Mobile. Awesome. Well, you're not the only one. The backer forums were on fire for so long because of War Priest being broken. That class has potential, but just fell face down. Your kind is amazing. Well, that and like the first Space Marine was what, 8 hours long? Then you're done. Your content is amazing, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to break out because those games are a little niche. It's more a long-term thing than 1 or 2 big videos. Exactly, which is why I'm like taking my time with it. I'm not. I don't expect to go viral, making content about the games that I make content for. It's like that's more than likely that's not going to happen. So it's just about consistency and work ethic and doing what I need to do. I'm a late Zoomer that likes. I was a teen when I first discovered Underrail, my favorite game. Now 20 years old. Time sure flies. That's awesome. I'm about tabletop. I got distracted by cat is puking. No problem, Moonlight. Have a good evening. As soon as I finish this quest, I'll probably be calling it as well. The steady white-haired elf frowns down at a table covered in coiled copper wires and glimmering shards of Adra. Her gloved hands smooth her well-tailored Valian coat as she mumbles under her breath. Apparently absorbed in her work, the Animancer doesn't acknowledge her presence. Excuse me. The woman spins on you, blinking rapidly behind a pair of brass-rimmed spectacles. Her bright carmine eyes and paper-white skin mark her as one of the Glamfelon.
Hello. My apologies. I didn't see you there.
Her Aedarin bears a clear, but difficult-to-place accent. The pale elf examines you warily, unease clear in the set of her shoulders. Are you all right?
I am fine. Is there some reason I shouldn't be?
One of her pale eyebrows arches. She tugs at her gloves and looks away from you. Calm settles about her like a burial shroud.
Which is not to say I do not appreciate your concern. I do.
She settles her spectacles on her nose. As she does so, you notice her hand shaking.
I, like the other scholars here, am engaged in the study of the soul sciences. Was there something you needed, or may I return to my studies?
Her thin lips settle into a crooked smile. As she speaks, a drop of blood rolls out the elf's nose and drips onto her lips. She pulls a handkerchief from her coat pocket and wipes away the blood without a word. You burned yourself?
I had a mishap with my machinery, but all is well now. The details are unimportant.
I do hope they don't drop the same year as Space Marine, though. Give it a year, then drop Rogue Trader. I want them to come out at the end of next year. I'm hoping for like a December release, personally. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like, what my worst fear is that they're going to try to drop in August, right around the time of Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think that will go well at all, and I'm hoping that's not what happens.
I wish only to return to my studies. In any case, why are you here?
Louise, most of the people on my channel are over 30, to be honest with you. Like, when I look at the metrics and the YouTube analytics, that is the largest bracket. But I got a few 20-year-olds. How'd you come to be a Nekataka?
It is a mundane story. I sought out the ship with the longest oversea route departing from the Republics and booked passage. I had intended to perform a handful of experiments regarding the nature of souls that could only be done safely at sea.
Metaphysical. I know of no animancy that must be done strictly at sea.
A fellow researcher. Then perhaps you will understand.
She steeples her fingers and gives you a sly smile. Understand what?
I've long been fascinated by the nature of entropy. Nothing is unaffected by the passage of time, excepting souls. Supposedly.
She smirks. Yeah, Princess, I'm hoping that they wouldn't do that, that it wouldn't be August release. But, you know, after Elix 2, I don't take anything for granted. The fact that Elix 2 dropped, I think, it was the same week or maybe the week after Elden Ring, I was like, what are you thinking? And, of course, they got utterly demolished. So after watching that, I don't take anything for granted. So I'm hoping that there are people over there who are looking at the situation and saying, okay, this is like a month to 2 month time frame where we just do not want to come out at all because nobody's going to play our game. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to blow everything else out of the water for a while. Yep, 40K fans are rabid, so if it's not competing with another 40K game or BG3, I think it'll do good. All right. I don't see Space Marine 2 cannibalizing Road Trader, completely different genres. If anything, it would be smart to release them close to each other to use the 40K hype with a different style of a game. BG3 is a bigger concern for sure. Yeah, I just want to stay away from BG3. As long as it stays away from BG3, I'm good. I don't really care about any other game coming out next year except BG3. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself, please. Like, even like Starfield and the rest of them, I don't care about those because I feel like it's different audiences. So that's fine, but not BG3. Don't do that.
Is it not possible that repeated reincarnation damages a soul? Could the process of reincarnation itself be responsible for some of the many ills that plague the souls of Kith? I deduced that it was possible to escape the cycle. Escape Bareth's grasp. To remove one's soul from the wheel.
I'm afraid that went right over my head.
I suppose I was wrong to expect more from you.
She heaves a great sigh and straightens her cravat. Any interest? Your accent isn't Valiant. Why are you dressed like one?
Just a bit of culture I've picked up along the way.
Her clothing is spotless and well tailored in the old Valiant style, replete with lace, silk, velvet, and brocade.
I admire their tailoring tradition immensely. It's much grander than clothing one finds in The White That Wins.
As she straightens the cuff of her jerkin, a small look of satisfaction flits across her face. The White That Wins, a large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wins is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. It's marvelous. Who's your tailor?
I am, of course.
She puts her hand on her hips and straightens her back. You're an animancer and a seamstress?
A curious mind is an agile mind. Besides, the two practices are more alike than one might think.
Metaphysics. I suppose they do both require careful hands and an obsessive attention to detail.
Care and patience, yes. It is gratifying to be understood.
She brushes a speck of dust from the front of her coat and gives you a lopsided smile. What do you study?
Many things. Currently, an unusual variety of Adra. It seems to exist only here, among the isles and waters of the Deadfire.
She lifts a small vial of shimmering bluish Adra, peering into it with her carmine eyes.
There's a strange, almost melancholy beauty to the substance. I believe there is more to it than others know.
Stop dancing around my questions. Tell me what's going on.
If you insist.
She takes a step back at your sudden request and clears her throat.
With the aid of a device of copper and Adra, I have uncoupled my soul from my body, freeing myself of Bareth's wheel. I belong only to myself now.
Good Lord. Yeah, but most 40K players are strategy gamers. That's closer to a CRPG than a hack and slash. Plus, most people just see 40K and buy. I'd rather Owlcat get more money than less. Absolutely. I agree. I commend your dedication to your craft.
You do?
She shakes her head, brows drawn.
Perhaps you would be amenable to me traveling with you on something of a permanent basis?
What can you do for me?
This blade is not merely for show.
Her fingers grace the basket hilt of the rapier slung at her side.
There are no end of swordsmen in the Deadfire, though, right? I, however, possess some little sway over the minds of others.
She grins wolfishly. Why do you want to travel with me?
I have a vested interest in luminous Adra, but acquiring it here can be expensive. You have a ship of your own and are clearly well traveled. I suspect I would encounter more luminous Adra with you than I would on the streets of Nekataka.
Welcome aboard.
Truly?
She blinks, her mouth hanging wide, half open.
Whoa, you sure about that?
Thaklat, traveler. I am grateful.
Taklat, an Joma expression of gratitude. She claps your hand in hers, pumps it quickly, and releases. After a quick pat down of the various pockets sewn into her coat, you nod sharply and rest a hand on the hilt of her rapier.
I have all that I need. You may depart at your leisure.
Her lips curl into a coy little smile, and she says no more. Ooh, Mind Stalker. Yeah, Cypher Rogue, that sounds great. But I'll keep my current team. Thank you. All right. Do a little save here. Anything? There we go. Cadman.
Watcher, what a surprise to see you again.
Look at that face. I like that part of the game a lot, but I think I did some things in another order. Yeah, that's one of the beauties of this game. It's all open world, so you can get completely different reactions and endings based upon what order you do things and how you complete them. Sucks the vampire was never a full companion. Yeah, she seems interesting, right? She seems like the exact sort of person that should have been more fleshed out, but it is what it is. Beneath a familiar pointed nose, Cadman Azo's grin achieves a careful balance between polite and sneering. His once round face has grown gaunter since you last saw him.
Belfetto, the man who dragged down every other dear wooden animancer with his despicable practices. What a wonderful surprise.
I see we've all moved up in the
Hey.
world, haven't we? I assume you're here to raise the tower. No? Smash the machines then? Relieve yourself all over the diagrams?
Hey there, Azo. Still torturing patience? He darts a quick glance in Flanalet's direction, only to find her preoccupied. Azo smiles widely.
Don't be ridiculous. We have a long line of well-paid volunteers. Of course, we can always use more. Any chance you have an interest? I assure you, you have nothing to fear from me.
Stay out of trouble, Azo.
Always.
He turns away with a final half-hearted wave of dismissal. Actually, let me make sure. Yep, something told me that this was all messed up. Here we go. You there, you there, you there. Yep, this works. Oh, wait, and here, you up here. There we go. I always go to Nekataka as soon as possible for Takehu. Really? He's your favorite party member? So do you usually side with the Hawana then? They ran out of money on that one. Figures. Mechanics, which is working out well for me, and Bluff. Ooh, I wonder if Maya focuses on mechanics, though. If so, it might make more sense to change to something else. Mind Lance, no. Pain Block provides an ally. Body attunement. And what's this? Greater focus. Has an increased maximum and starting focus. Does that help me? Increased maximum and starting focus. That doesn't really help me, right? Because what I really want is to hit maximum focus as soon as possible. Yeah, no, I don't want it more max focus. Probably. I don't know. I got to check that. Produce a psychic howl in the target's area, stunning the target as well as dealing raw damage and interrupting all nearby enemies. This sounds good. Soul Ignition has promise as well, to be honest with you. Sure. I'm going to take that. I like him because of his class more than his character, to be honest. Was he a chanter? I can't remember. What is his class again? Even though I'm about to get him. Devotions of the Faithful, Shiny Beacon. What do we have here? When casting target area, gain the ability to increase or decrease the size of the area. No. Sign of Flame, Lightning, or Poison, or Decay. Nah, not so far. Devotions of the Faithful, definitely. The Hardy. Strike Fear. In parts, the allies When an ally in the air, he or she regains health. Goes in to take a penalty. All defenses and crew burn damage over time. I'll take that too. Bum, 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 bum. It also increases the starting focus, so it's okay to take for your subclass. Hamster, what's going on? Glad you had to make the stream. Thank you. All right, then I'll pick it up on my next level up, because I'll probably still need something else from that level anyway. Like, I just wasn't sure if it increases my starting focus as much as it increases my max focus. And so that was my concern. Takao is a druid, chanter, or druid chanter. Okay, cool. So I think I usually run him as a pure chanter. Survival. Oh, look at you. Discipline. Awareness brace is now improved. Now concentration. Aware. 50. Grazer turns into a cube. +1 all power levels. Or we can go this route. Intuitive, 50% of Grazer turns again, 25% it's converted to crits. I will go that route, except, ooh, wait a minute. Rapid recovery, that's very useful. 42 defenses, weapon set. Ooh, grants the fighter 1 additional engagement. That's super important as well. Combat focusing on that. You know, I almost want to go this route. Yeah, keep them all with you. Make sure they don't get to me. Oh, and then separately we got Rogue. What's this? Finishing blow. I seem to remember really liking that. What's this? The Rogue strikes their target violently in the head, interrupting them. The bonus effects of this attack vary based on the type of weapon used. One-handed, raw damage over time. That's interesting. And then this. Plus 50% damage by percentage of target's health loss. Thoughts. And then what's all this? Reflex. What's this? The rogue looks for... Ooh! The rogue looks for openness to counterattack in combat. Incoming melee attacks the target deflection and miss have a chance of allowing an instant full attack. Yes! No question, go this route. Oh, snap. Nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about. All right, now here's a new chick. What do you specialize in? You specialize in stealth, which is great. Absolutely. Don't I already specialize in diplomacy? No. Maybe I don't, because, yeah, she goes with religion. So your skills are set up perfectly. Okay, no problem. I have no idea what's going on with all of this, though. I don't know what I should be focusing on. My favorite party member, personality-wise, is Eder. Yep, he's definitely one of my faves. I'm playing as a Fury Druid Glass Cannon Caster in my current playthrough, which definitely means you need Eder. Camera, what's going on, man? How are you? Hey, people, you are staying up late as I'm waking up late. Yeah, I'm trying to make some progress in this game. We don't want to be lingering on it forever. Oh, it's good to have a chanter in the team. Though Takao's special druid archetype is amazing. That's the shapeshifter druid class, right? Yep. I prefer Takeo as a full druid because he needs higher power level for penetration. Never seen the appeal of chanters, to be honest. I like chanters because a lot of their stuff is just automatic. You could just let them rip and it'll be fine. Whereas I feel like with a lot of the other classes, they need at least some level of hand holding. Although it's different in this game because if I remember correctly, the AI is significantly better. Gets to cast water and frost spells that ignore friendly fire. Right, I remember that. Tend to agree, Takao is best as a druid. I only have as an enchanter if I go myself for druid. Your stream makes me want to finish the game, but I'm already in the middle of a bunch of games. I won't finish anything. What else are you playing, Lewis? So he can drop the blinding ice spell on top of the party and blind everyone attacking you without hurting your own team. Useful. Very useful. Got to grind that grind. You already know it. Come on now. I just hit 11K. Let's keep it going. Okay. So let's see. What does she already have over here? Did she get Gunner. Reload speeds are faster for crossbows, arbalets, and all firearms. Okay, that makes sense. And two-handed style. Trains the ranger's animal companion fishes attacks, causing it to deal more damage and penetrate armor more efficiently. So she already... Oh, she doesn't have that. Oh, okay, fine. She has Gunhawk. Gunhawks are a type of ranger unique to Rautai. Use hawk companions to complement their sharpshooting skills. Plus 20% range with arquebus, blunderbuss. Plus 20% chance to interrupt. 5% chance to interrupt. Gunhawks are a type of ranger who have hawk companions, firearms. All firearms receive a chance to only hit. The ability to fly grants birds your natural ability to avoid engagement entirely. Nice. I seem to remember liking this. Okay, so she already has wounding shot. The ranger deals 20% weapon damage per 3 seconds. Over 6 seconds, the ranger aims for a spot that will leave a trail to track, inflicting raw damage over time. And then you have a choice. You can either deal 20% and hobble the target, or you could deal 20% weapon damage per 3 seconds over 6 seconds. Attackers deals 20% weapon damage. What? The ranger aims for a spot that will inflict raw damage over time. Accurate. The ranger's aim becomes far more accurate. What does that mean? The ranger's aim becomes... Oh, so that's what I get. I don't get hobbling shot, but it's not going to tell me exactly how much. Oh, wait, bonus accuracy 20? No bonus accuracy. Okay, so this has a much greater chance to actually hit. We'll take that. Then let's see. We already have heal companion. The ranger can heal their companions. I don't want to invest in that. What is this? Can revive their animal companion and restore a small amount of health. I'm good on that too. You already have evasive rolls, so I don't need to look at that for right now. What's this? Plus 10 accuracy against a marked target. Designate a single target as prey. Interesting. My furry druid build is doing beautiful damage. It's bananas. And the range of my spells is also bananas. Awesome. Awesome. Congrats on the rise. Appreciate it. Yeah. Also, Takeo druid animal form is hilarious. Hey, he's an amateur shark, ain't he? I forgot about his shark form. Yeah, I'm definitely going with that. Have you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventures? No idea what that is. Second one gives plus 20 accuracy. Yep, that's what I'm going for. 20 is a lot. Helps with Chris too. Yep. I'm definitely doing that. Defensive bond. The empathic bond between ranger and animal companion yields a preternatural awareness of incoming damage. No. I want you focused on offense. What's this? 2 weapon style? No. Weapon to shield. 2-handed style. Okay. 1-handed style. What's this? Marksman. Increases the character's accuracy with ranged weapons used on distant targets. Just a plus 5 accuracy? Whatever. Maybe I'll get that at some point. All right. Why does it look like I already have that? I do, but it's not saying I already have that. Weird. Instructs the animal's companion to target and then knock it prone. The next attack on the target, it deals greatly increased damage. Grants a large penetration bonus to the attack. Damage maybe? Actually, no. I kind of like this though. This or this, but the weird thing is it's not showing. You know, if I already have this, then I want it to be the best it can be. So here, damage. Continuing Persona playthrough. Lots of good humor in that game and good drama. That's awesome. So by now you're like, what, 30, 40 hours into it, right? You should be just about done soon. Athletics is not necessary. Arcana is only necessary while Loth isn't in the party. But you know what? I'll probably take off a Loth when I bring her in. Ooh, she specializes in Intimidate. I don't have anybody with Intimidate, so sure. Let's do that. All right. You've got... Are you specialized in Weapon and Shield? Inspiring Triumph. Inspired Defenses. Weapon and shield. Yeah, let's go ahead and do weapon and shield. I like that. Oh, and then isn't this the one? Converts hits to critical hits. Allow some eyes to come hits down to grazes. Now provides allies with a constant regenerative effect. We'll go ahead and go hits, critical hits. I think she's wearing a, I think she's got a weapon and shield. I have to check that. I want to help, but I kind of exploited a lot in this game. I don't know what it is good. I played on easy just for the lore and did some ranged insta-kill combos. I completely understand. When I do Baldur's Gate 2 on this channel, I might turn things down to easy. JoJo is a popular manga anime. Nope, I haven't read it. JoJo is an anime that even non-anime fans can enjoy, and it's well bizarre. Part 1 ain't that good, but it gets good once Part 2 starts. The author is a big fan of Western culture, music, and fashion. Interesting. Interesting. Nope. I think I've heard that name before, but I haven't actually checked it out myself yet. Does she have? Ah, crap. She's using a greatsword. She's not using weapon and shield. Oh, well, I don't even plan to use you long term anyway, so it really doesn't matter. All right, let's save there before we move forward with this. 60 hours in. How long to beat says 100 hours for a regular playthrough, 170 for a completionist. Are you a completionist when it comes to Persona games? Pillars of Eternity 2 is almost as big as Wrath of the Righteous. This is a fact. Yep. I'd argue the actual content is actually bigger than Wrath of the Righteous, and the only reason Wrath of the Righteous is longer is because of Crusade management. From her unkempt hair to her agitated pacing, Flaw-Nalek gives you an air of restrained chaos. She waves you over with a few quick motions.
Siere Pallegina, here to watch us work? Or are you finally going to let me strap you down to a table?
She grins wickedly, looking past Pallegina to wink at you.
Ado, Sere. Respectfully, I must decline.
You don't mind if I talk and work, do you? What can I do for you?
She turns away to scrawl a quick note. You work here?
Not the coziest space for it, is it? But the open air, the lightning specifically, is a boon. Let's our mages have a rest now and then. Good tests of the equipment too. We're working on making it less delicate. Our junior researchers are still a little soft.
She laughs. Can I ask you some questions?
Sure thing, amico. Comes with the job, doesn't it?
Perception. Your accent, it doesn't sound very Valian.
Well, a few years in a deal will do that to you. Up to your armpits in jungle mud, insects, and snotty novels.
What you don't want to deal with D&D and Thaco and weird modifier scores and dying to a wolf at level 1. No, that's exactly what I don't have the time for. And plus, Baldur's Gate 2 is such an incredibly long game. Like, I've actually played through it twice, but even though both playthroughs were a long time ago, so I barely remember anything about it, but both times I got through all of the content except for Throne of Ball. I've only done like the first 30 minutes of Throne of Ball in 2 playthroughs. Both times I was like, all right, I'm sick of this game. Like, I know I keep hearing Throne of Ball is amazing. I'm sure I would love it, but I just don't have the patience to get through any more of this game. So when we play Baldur's Gate 2, I'm turning things down to easy. I'm blowing through the combat, and we're going straight through the story, and I'm just trying to make sure I do an actual full, complete playthrough so I can finally see if Throne of Ball is really that good. I'm a completionist when it comes to all games. Hey, kindred spirit, brother. I understand completely. Say, Pillars of Eternity, remember me of Pillars of Exile. Have you played it? Do you like action RPGs? I like action RPGs, but ones that still focus on stories. So I haven't played Path of Exiles. Isn't that an MMO? I'm not really big into MMOs. I'm doing a Master Biter Kitsune Aeon build on Wrath of the Righteous right now. What class? The main quest is really short in Pillars of Eternity 2, so if you just rush that, then Wrath of the Righteous has a lot more content in that regard. That's true. That's true. You Thaco. As JoJo is an anime, even non-anime fans can say. It's such a strange thing to say. Non-anime fans can enjoy any anime, though personally, I'd recommend starting with Lupin 3 or Cowboy Bebop. I've never actually finished watching Cowboy Bebop. I watched maybe 2 episodes. I need to return back to that at some point. Love the vampires in Baldur's Gate 2. These things that can paralyze you and level drain you with every hit sounds like first level enemy to me. Yeah, again, while I'll be playing that game in easy. Throwing a ball is mega awesome. Yep, that's what I keep hearing. So I'd like to actually experience it this time. That's exactly what I would do. See, so we're all on the same page on this channel. I'm sure I'm going to get some people in like, yo, you should bump up the difficulty. Nah, I'm straight. I'm straight. Thank you. There you go. Remember the name Vampire Shandi? Can't remember the name. All I remember is she hit you with a 4-level drain per hit. Mega awful. Yeah, I'm good. Path of Exile is very much like Diablo 2. Oh, in terms of how important the story is. Got you. But it's still multiplayer, right? Like a bunch of people coming to the party together and then play?
Probably would have been better off talking to the bugs.
Animances weren't very popular in the Deerwood. Do the Huana give you trouble?
Oh, things are much different here. The Huana may not have the same passion for the field as the Republics, but we understand we're doing research, not sacrificing children to wolves or whatever it is the Deerwood believes.
1 Oracle, 4 Blood Rager Primalist, 4 Dragon Disciple, and 11 Monk. That's interesting.
So, no riots. Fortunately, news out of the Deerwood doesn't mean much to this lot.
Flan winks to undercut her teasing. Seems like a strange place to run experiments.
It took us a few months to adapt. A few bad shocks too before we finished proofing the machinery against rain. I like to think it lends it all a little drama, no? Besides, how better to honor Helia than with invention?
Pelagina tries to muster a weak smile, but it gets contorted into an annoyed grimace along the way. That was all.
For now, nay? No trouble if you think of anything else, amico.
We're looking for an animancer named Giacomo.
Giacomo? I know him. He has a little laboratory for himself down in the Gullet. His speciality is godlike. Claims he can detect them in the womb.
She spreads her hands theatrically, though her expression never changes.
Giacomo rents a room in Cozy, the Hole, which is that grimy tavern down below. Why he seeks to bury himself, you will have to ask him yourself.
Ekosi, a veiling expression meaning excuse me.
Not many animancers down there, so he should be easy to find, if they haven't stolen all his equipment. Or at Ogori.
Aretagori, a Valian phrase meaning good luck, literally translated into golden wishes. You can play Path of Exile together, but most do not. Really? Oh, okay, so you can play it by yourself. Well, to be fair, Baldur's Gate is like Wrath of the Righteous if you know what you're doing. It's easy-ish. You don't... the game wipes its butt all over your face. But that sounds like Diablo 2 in that regard as well. You can just play it all solo or in a group. Anyone who likes Diablo 2 would like Path of Exile. Really is that simple. Yeah, I've actually never played any of the Diablo games before. But I've watched sequences of it. What do you like? What do you all like so much about Path of Exile anyway? Poor Minx in the Mind Flayer area. Dang out, we don't speak of that. I like Path of Exile, but I have to copy builds online. The character building is way too hard for me. Yeah, I play action RPGs, Pillars of Eternity to Titan Quest, etc. for the gameplay and CRPGs for the lore. Yeah, I'm all about lore in my games. That's probably why I play so many CRPGs. You know what? I'm playing with Pallegina in my current playthrough as a DPS. I'm still have Eder as my tank because I love Eder. Yep, that's what I did for the first Pillars of Eternity. I had Pallegina, Eder, Aleph, Grieving Mother, and who is my Durance, of course.
What can I do for you?
What are you working on here?
Glad you asked, amico. Very glad. We're very excited about the work here, and we are always looking for volunteers. We've catalogued a number of interesting properties unique to Luminous Adra, but there are some very specific qualities we are investigating. Qualities that a Watcher happens to be uniquely suited to exploring. You're just what we're missing.
There aren't needles involved, are there?
No, nothing invasive. You'd just be putting your Watcher's gift to use. Here, I'll explain. Luminous Adra has special effects upon Keith. Even to the humblest, it offers some small improvements. Rejuvenation, vitality, the kind of thing you sell to people back home, ne?
Let's be real. You picked an assassin rather than right. Did you pick wrong or unfair? Is it unfair enough for you? You won't find out till 2 or 3. Actually, playing Path of Exile is all right. Theorizing builds while browsing the wiki is the real game to me. I completely understand. That's actually how I kind of felt about Divinity Original Sin 2. Like, I love playing the game, but I equally love looking around at the different websites and trying to figure out my build and creating my little spreadsheets. Like, I enjoyed that whole process. And I'm enjoying it again when we run back through it. Durant. Plus, if you pick Assassin in the game, manifests a head and slaps you. I know it happened to me.
But what about those who have already
That class is terrible. Good Lord.
Consider the talented cutpurse, for instance.
Prestige class, rather.
You can cross a room by slipping briefly into another place. The world between. Luminous Adra holds enormous quantities of essence. The kind of energy we can't replicate or restore. And these formations have a kind of connection to each other across the in-between. I believe we can harness this connection and your natural abilities to transport a person across great distances in a moment.
Intelligence. Your theory is sound. I've used the Adra to track someone before.
Oh, good. You've done some experimenting on your own. A curious mind is a happy mind, I say. Can't mope about ghosts all day. We've collected a number of illuminating readings, and our machines are ready to harness the Adra's essence. But for the moment, we are effectively blind when it comes to targeting the next pillar. Now, if someone were capable of sensing that essence in the in-between, even of manipulating it, someone like a watcher, for instance.
You want to use my connection to the Adra. I could target a specific pillar.
Precisely right. We've had luck with shorter jumps, but those were as much spellcraft as science. The idea is for you to focus on the next connection point. The machine will use that new link between the Adra veins to create a tether, as well as provide the energy for you to jump effectively.
Is there really such a thing as a viable insta-kill build? Because aren't the majority of like major bosses in the game immune to death effects anyway? So no matter how high your DC is, you can't do anything with them?
What's really exciting is, so long as you are holding that connection open, your companions can jump alongside you.
Nanio is by far the better option to any assassin build you could potentially do.
Or they could hold things down here, make sure it's safe for you to come back.
The next pill is due east of here, in the middle of a farm. It's not as tall as this one, but you shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Oh, and don't worry, we paid the farmers.
All right, let's do this.
Gelarte, very well. You stand there. Ansel, the machine.
Bum, 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 bum.
All right, Watcher. Remember, focus on the beam of light. It ought to be like stepping through a door. And remember, don't...
Doesn't even introduce mythic poison, mythic heavy armor focus, mythic throw anything. Still waiting on cat.
Can't say this is what I imagined hell would look like.
Woo! Entropy. All right. I'm getting tired. I think that's a good time to go ahead and cut it off. Well, yes, but bosses aren't a majority of enemies. At the thin, you are still a sneak attack rogue. Got you. Okay. That's fair. Most bosses are immune to instant death, but some are not, and it's very funny when it happens. Makes sense. All right, y'all. Hope you all have enjoyed the stream. I'm good and tired. It's time for me to go ahead and go to bed. I might stream tomorrow evening. It depends on how sleepy I am from this. So either I'll be back on tomorrow night, or I'll definitely be back on Monday evening, barring an emergency. But appreciate you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the stream and the playthrough. Congrats to those of you who have decided to revisit the game. I hope you enjoy your playthrough, and I will see you all next time. Have a good night. Take care, Lennon. You too, man. Hope you rest well. Princess, Ball Spades, have a good night. Dagon, take care. Bye, Demas. I'm just realizing Andra Travel is totally a ripoff of the Mullen Network from SMT3 Doctor. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kara, but have a good night. Take care, Gene. Night, Hamster. Glad you were able to join the stream. Take care. Bye, Esso. Take care. Glad you're able to join, man.